Good morning, everyone. Welcome in. Oh, it's not coming up at all now, so. Hello, music? Ah, here we go. Do, 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 do. Oh, Final Fantasy 9. Good morning, everyone. Welcome in. King, lovely to have you. I hope you are cuddling that fluffy fluff that needs cuddling. Woke up this morning and gave a fellow here a massive cuddle. Which, as you know, is vital because all fluffs are sacred. Good morning, Aiden. Welcome in. Yeah, we're gonna be looking at drugs today. Hopefully I can do it a good job because I like drugs, but I also think addiction's bad. But I also think that liberals think and conservatives think it's a personal failing, and that's bad because it's not true, and they're lying. And we're pro-drug, anti-addiction here. Hi, doggo. My little brain has figured out how to do DOS games. Ooh, you should speak to Dr. Yasmin. All about that. DOS life. He loves it. Go, lo mango. Ciao, bella. Grazie. For 5 streams straight. God damn. Thank you, love. You got Kairos, who's the middle. Oh, Jay Maria. Yo, loads of people had Jay Maria as their Mari as their most watched streamer, and I was like, I don't know them. Like, I've totally missed this, but I now know who they are. I love Revolutionary Thought. I've watched all of their videos after the first one popped off. Genuinely, they're fucking great. We've watched a couple of their videos on here about like the dialectical materialist approach to equality and all that kind of shit, and it's just chef's kiss. It's really good. They cover it really fucking well. Like banging fucking content creator. It's great to know they're on. They're on Twitch now as well. Maybe we can get them streaming a little bit. Although I do really like their YouTube video essays, so I wouldn't want them to stop doing that because they're fucking like everyone. I've got quite a gay audience and a trans audience, and I love it because I'm gay and we're all socialists, and like having someone just say I think exactly how we feel was like yes yes, pop the fuck off, queen. She's also they use they them pronouns are also just like on it with really rich history. And you know when someone does reading so you don't have to. I'm lazy. Fucking lazy, and I don't want to do reading no more. Liberals. Okay, I think I want something a little bit less pressing. And this? The women, yeah, that's such a good fucking... There we go. Good morning from the UK! Gosh, are you? Fucking love UK Garage. Yeah, that's awesome. And like, there's someone I trust actually, because they're like, here's the good, here's the bad, here's the analysis. And their analysis is solid. It makes me think they've got quite a good academic background. And I'm like slightly envious because I wish I could pull together out of my arse the gumption to do video essays, because they're like on it and the video essays are really good. And I could do video essays about like international stuff, because I could bring in voices from the global south. Like I've got my fucking queer homies, Kenya, South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Nigeria, all of the Caribbean, fucking Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Cambodia. Like, I've got so many contacts. There is potentially something interesting on the channel coming up in the new year, and I will talk to you people at another time once I can get that confirmed. Oh shit, on that note, I hopefully am bringing someone on from the Rockstar Gaming Union, or the union that represents the Rockstar, so GTA workers, next week. I just have to find a time. It might be like 3-4 o'clock. Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger, interesting they are. I would say, hold on, here is my take, someone clipped it. In general, I'm very pro these countries. I don't know if you saw Burkina Faso passed a queerphobic bill, which is very disappointing. But I think see, look, we revolutionary thought, being a queen. Hey, Zed, you sent a meme? Where? Where Vez is awake? Vez is awake. Hello. Where did you send the meme, Vez?
I don't know a single person who's like, we should coup Ibrahim Traore for gay. Like, just say that you hate gay people. Just say it. Because no one's saying that. Like, I support Ibrahim Traore. I do. There's only one way that that country will be free, and it's once imperialism has cast off its shackles from that country. And I extend that to queer people in that country. There. Wow, how difficult was that, man?
Yeah, clearing up. I wanted to do a video essay on the passage of the queer bill in Burkina Faso, and how that's very regressive, and how we can be disappointed while simultaneously supporting the overall project in Burkina Faso, and then do it in a revolutionary thought type way of like approaching it in a way where it was like looking at the dialectical materialist history of Burkina Faso, so you could explain why a country is experiencing that, instead of just being like, oh, you know, global south bad, because we know that's not true here. But genuinely, I don't want to fucking fight like men who are assholes online. And like revolutionary thought was in it should be an interesting topic today, definitely. Revolutionary thought was in Hugo's stream, saying like people have been messaging them being like, oh, you're like clearly an imperialist because you talk about gay rights. This is so stupid. Guys, homophobia is colonial. Transphobia is colonial. And if you think differently, you're a fucking Western piece of shit. Source me. And the fuck ton of fucking books I've read. I can't even begin. Like, I have a huge list of books on this. In fact, actually, on that note, I am doing a history of lesbianism and queer women on 2 channels next week, which should be it's going to be really fun, guys. It's like a 10% sad, 90% banter. It's going to be really, really fun. I'm going to be on No Doubt stream. I'll do shouties for these people. Give me one sec. No Doubt on Wednesday, a queer homie. And I'm also adding a bit to the No Doubt stream, because No Doubt has no riz, can't be chatting up the women's, but is an absolute cutie. I as an elder queer who's had many girlfriends, need to pass on that message of how to fucking riz up a queen so you can get yourself a girlfriend. Am I chronically single? Yes. Is that very hypocritical of me? Yes. Am I just a lonely little dog? Waiting for a hot girl to come sweep me off my feet. Yes, but that doesn't change any of it. Welcome in, folks, as well. Aiden, Zetetic, Garlo, BDS is BDE. Welcome in. I love the fog. Left the hat behind. Hello. Lovely to see you here. Lovely to see you here. So yeah, I'm going to be on No Doubt stream. Then that should be really fun. And then on the Friday, we've got who have we got? We are going on Little Bear's stream, which will be really fun. I have to wait 46 seconds before giving another shout out, so give me a sec. Awesome. I hope you are well. This should be an interesting topic, guys, as well, because I've got pretty good, pretty respectful audience. And I was thinking the other day, so let me give you the context of why this has been on my mind. I have a close family member who's been dealing with a lot of pain, and has had spinal surgery and is probably out of work for a year or two now. And they live in America. And I love them very much, and they are slowly doing better after a bit of a bad time, but it's something that was in the back of we're a pretty tight family, so we're talking like every day, and I think that's good, by the way, folks. I think speaking to the people around you, if you can, about stuff that you're suffering really helps. I saw that in action. So yeah, comes highly recommended, people. But we were very worried about opiate addiction, right? Because people who are in pain and are not getting helped with pain in a systemic way often will become addicted to medicine, essentially, through no fault of their own. And then quite quickly their life can descend into a very difficult place around them, particularly in societies that have no support structure. So I kind of wanted to understand from a holistic perspective the science and sociology of addiction. Like I've said, addiction is quite a sensitive topic, so please do be respectful, but I do trust you folks. You normally come in with pretty good approaches here, and I'd say if anyone is like, no, I think anyone who's addicted to anything is a bad person, just let me, I'll get it, I'll action it, I'll tackle it, because I think that person's wrong, and I think that the evidence shows that person's wrong. But I myself have spoken to a doctor recently, so I'm in a big group for my autoimmune disease, a big Discord group, and a lot of us are talking about many different kinds of things of how to treat it, and we offer each other a lot of support. But there's also doctors in the group, doctors who both have my autoimmune condition and understand it, and understand autoimmunity, so we can get quite scientific based answers to some of our questions. And some of these people have pain. I'm very lucky. I don't have much pain in my autoimmune condition. My life is ruined, but I don't have what these people suffer, which is a very similar disease to mine, but it's kind of like arthritis. There might be some folks there that have, some folks in chat who have either have arthritis or have someone close to them or they know that has experienced arthritis as well. We were speaking recently about the approaches to pain, and the doctor said something that I guess I was kind of ignorant, as I often am, but I'm always open to learning. Basically saying like, oh, I was like, you could get super quickly addicted to medicine that tries to help offset your pain. And the doctor was like, that's not the definition of addiction. The definition of addiction is it has a, like, what was the phrase that they used? It's like has a controlling effect in your life to the point where you have to use a substance and you can't live without it. and you are at a point where you will do things for the addiction that you wouldn't do otherwise, and it has this is the key that I didn't realize. It has a disruptive effect on the on your life. Okay, we'll have a little pit stop into Papa's because Othello, Jesus, Vez has sent this over. Me with Othello. Stop calling him your child. You didn't give birth to him. Hey, my mum didn't give birth to me either. So stupid. Fuck's sake, Vez. Oh, hey, follow. Ooh, oh yeah. She's got a poodle, doesn't she, Mixel? We love poodles here, as you can see. That's so stupid, though. Me with a fellow. Folks, if you want to know who my nurse is whilst I'm... whilst I'm getting treatment, for my autoimmune disease, don't worry, I've got great care. I'm in good hands. Look at it. Oh God, I love him so. Look at him. Look at his little face. Folks, it's a tough time in life right now, but every morning I wake up and this little creature is in bed and he's all curled up. And guys, every night he goes to bed and my mum tucks him in and I'm like, Mum. Mummy's a dog. And my mum is like, yeah, but he's so perfect. And I'm like, well, fair enough, he is. Yeah, Dr. Floof, here to check my vitals. But he'll lie in bed and then he looks up at me and his little tail is like, bang, 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 bang. He's like, morning. And I'm like, morning, baby. May you all be blessed with floofs like this in your life. Perfect boy. Borko. Just shout at my immune system, please, Othello. Bork, bork, bork. Also, I've been calling Vez at every night now. So there's like, you know how dogs fit to rhythms? Othello has a rhythm where even though I'm sick, I'm going for one short walk a day so that my like muscles don't atrophy, basically. And after he has dinner, I sit in bed and I can hear him. He's like as he drinks his water, and then I call Vez and we sit and we wait, and he'll storm into my room and just stare at me like this because it's time for me to walk him. And I'm like, okay, it's the law. It's the law. I need to walk him now. Fuck's sake. So stupid. Okay. Addiction. Sloop, 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 sloop. Okay, this is a pretty encompassing way. Finally back, stupid OSHA. Wait. What is OSHA? I feel like you don't mean workplace safety. Is that your kitty? Was you getting love from your kitty? I mean, that's the law though. You gotta get love from your kitty. Also, follow, welcome in. Sorry, there's a couple of people who I've not said hello to. Hello, follow. Lovely to have you, Garlo. Clearwatch, welcome in. Winter, welcome in, Winter. Addiction is when you talk like those. Hello, welcome. Oh no, it's that boy scooter. Boy scooter. What an interesting name. Welcome in. Oh, the online. Oh, did you have to do the Did you have to do the age verification thing? Like a friend told me this. I don't know this, but a friend told me this. A friend told me this. So a friend told me this. You can still watch hentai. I don't know this. A friend told me this, not me, but you can still watch hentai in the UK. Mountainous range, welcome in. A friend told me I haven't done anything naughty. A friend told me. Good morning, Simsy. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, folks. We are just getting started looking at addiction. I had to boot up my software. The UK is saved. Gooners, you're protected. Don't worry. I've just read some exciting news. Go on. I've got a couple of videos for us to look at as well, folks. We got some left-wing approaches to capitalism and addiction from a pretty holistic point of view. Is this the video Nasty's VHS trading scheme? Yes. Where else do you think you were? No, this is the Othello. Othello teaches you Marxist philosophy 101 stream. Excuse me. Okay. Oh, good. Oh, good. You want to watch? I know that was pretty bad. But you know, we'll see. Like, I don't watch things uncritically. If there's something I don't agree with, I'll say I don't agree with it. Okay, Othello, let's make you nice and big. But welcome in, folks. Yeah, so we're gonna take a little look at addiction. Did he direct Cannibal Holocaust? I don't know. No, I think he was some old rich guy that had a rich boyfriend. He wrote some book or some shit. I don't know. I had to read him for university, and I preferred Engels. But anyway, oh wait, no, he's a inflatable pillow, and you can get him like this. Or even better, oh my god, every time I need to show this. Even better, you could get the finger puppet that Soph has. Morton, welcome in, my love. How you doing? Where is it?
Free until election.
Soph, what a little cutie. Here we go. Gets me every time. Hello.
Manifesto. Do you know the fucking value of theory of labor? Excuse
It's Marx.
Fucking being a woman's bourgeois decadent.
Absolutely. The unhinged face.
Manifesto. Do you
Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that face.
Do you know the fucking value of theory of labor? Excuse me. Fucking being a woman's bourgeois decadent.
Every time it gets me. Oh, actually, on that note, Simsy, I'll do a little bit of good news before to get us started as well. Because there's some shit that's come up as well, which is pretty cool. Normal people doing normal things. Yeah, me on a date with a woman. Hello. Why am I single? Danish scientists have analysed 10,000 soil samples to find out what type of bacteria exists, and they found new. Oh, awesome! Yo, Simsy would know this intimately as well. Like, we need many different kinds of antibiotics. So that kind of work needs to continue. That's really cool. The more bacteria they can find, the more they can synthesize it, and the more they can like break it down to try and create different kinds of antibiotics. So that kind of work is really important. And as Simsy knows firsthand, it saves lives. It saves lives. Yeah, Morton, I saw this as well. There is a green win. Is it? Hold on, let's have a look. Nice. So from my understanding, Morton, it's a council by-election in Broxtowe. Where the fuck is Stapleford, mate? Where the fuck is Stapleford? What part of the country are we talking about? Oh, Nottinghamshire. Okay, cool. Nice. Cool. This is Blue Wall area. Right, we're having a tiny pit stop, guys, and then we'll go back into addiction. I mean, I haven't really started, but yeah. Nottinghamshire, so in Derbyshire border. Oh, this part of country is proper beautiful as well. Yes, so this is basically the Greens and some local independents who are lefty got together and stood a sort of united front campaign, and they've won council by-elections. Morton, I'd like to see more of this. Your party, Greens. I hope. I mean, me and Morton are. So Morton is a Green member. I'm a Your Party member. I think we're both frustrated and delighted in equal measure with both parties, but both me and Morton are like very keen on having electoral alliances, because we think electoralism plays a part in this world, and I hope it continues. So good luck to people in Nottinghamshire. Yeah. 80,000 new types is crazy amount of work, and it helps with understanding store fertility and has food security implications. Absolutely. Yeah, well said. On that note, we have in Jesmond and Broxtree, and it works sometimes. Awesome. I mean, we need to continue with that, Morton. I don't know if you've seen, but there's like lots of people arguing online, Morton. Like about, basically on one side it's like your party are wankers and transphobic, and then on the other side it's like Greens are liberal wankers and we hate them. And like I'm like, oh my god, everyone shut the fuck up. We need to work together. We need to work together. Like, please. We have a by-election. Oh, down in Cornwall, and or somewhere else in the UK. This is pretty significant. Halifax doctor has been shocked by the success of a trial where he used heat to force cancer cell death. So, this is really important. At the moment, there are two methods for getting rid of tumours. Basically, what do you call it? So there's chemotherapy and then radiation therapy. My god, my brain needed a second there. Did you hear me short circuit? So I'm on chemo right now, and I can tell you this shit is not very nice. This shit makes you feel like complete fucking shit. Yeah, very, very high. So some cancers you won't be able to use this. Welcome in, Chloe. Lovely to have you here. But for the ones that you can, this is raising the temperature of a tumor to kill it off. Radiation therapy has some pretty fucking nasty side effects. So this... I have very loud crunchy noises. Yeah. This is very cool. I guess we don't know the side effects, but it seems like this would be very minimal. It's utilizing a person's immune system to start stacking foreign cells. With heat. Ooh. Get up. Wake up. It's my morning alarm. I got up quite early this morning, so... Energy from light, when shone on tumors, contains particles that are converted into heat. So it's controlled the heat and it's very precise. The beauty of this treatment is that unlike radiation, which is toxic and causes tissue damage, this can be done in an outpatient clinic. And what happens in cancer cells is that stress heats makes a cancer cell go into a death cycle. That is what's broken in a cancer cell is the ability to die. By prompting these cells to die, the body's immune system goes and cleans up the dead cells. In theory, the treatment can be used in all cancers. Wait, what the fuck? They did it in melanoma? So that's skin cancer. The first trial was on patients with melanoma, which is what Giacomantonio, says is what he sees most in his practice. The trial took place and it saw 10 people treated, and 8 saw results in the first 2 weeks, and 6 of those were cleared. I mean, as a frontline treatment, if there's no side effects, this is like completely paradigm changing. Yeah, this is fucking massive. So that is 10 people is a case study. So this needs to be done en masse with many, many people and longitudinally. So we can't be too like, whoa. But if this can be replicated, this is absolutely like life changing for so many people who have to experience the horrors of radiation therapy. What I'd say right now, if these people patent this treatment, these people are the devil. If they leave this treatment open for public access, they will save many lives. It sounds like the hardware that's used is not going to be super expensive and intensive. There's so much less human suffering with this. Oh, the trial took place in Santiago, Chile, because there's gold particles that are utilized in the light that shone onto the particles. So there's going to be a trial in Canada now. I just hope, like with everything, there are treatments like this for my disease called CAR-T, which is T-cell treatment. Yeah. So CAR-T-cell therapy works by taking some of your T-cells, blood cells that help protect you from infection and disease, so they're 1/2 of your adaptive immune system. And there's many subcategories, but that's all you need to know. And it takes out of your blood and it genetically modifies them in a lab, so they're much better at finding and killing cancer cells. In autoimmunity, they're much better at killing other immune cells, and then putting them back in your blood to fight the cancer. This is too expensive, so I can't afford it. There's pretty much no side effects from this, so I have to have poverty chemo instead. Cool. Well, hey, good luck to... I think King is a bit more your party skewed. But maybe, King, you could chat to your party and see if they're... Because we have voted... Oh, wait, hold on. That might dox me. Sorry. We have voted to support candidates who are progressive and working towards anti-austerity, and are socialist. So if that Green member is that, your party would also back them. But it's up to the local party there. Okay, so there's a little bit of hopium for you guys injected. Oh wait, there's one good story as well. Hold on. Sorry, you do. We will move on. We will move on. I promise. But this is funny. Because we don't get these many wins in Turf Island. This bitch here, who's a cis woman, she's an engineer who took the aerospace giant Leonardo UK. She took it to a tribunal because she's a bitch. She had to share women's toilets with transgender colleagues, and she's lost a discrimination case, and she has to pay loads of money to the trans woman who she tried to get fucked up. Lol, fuck you, you lost. We don't get these wins a lot in the UK. Lol. Get wrecked. Yeah. And I can only hope that Cornwallian comrades are willing to work with the Greens. I hope they are here as well. We need a kind of broad alliance. Big win, but obligatory fuck Leonardo. Exactly, Gala Manager. Exactly. Okay, let's move on to addiction, folks. If you got some spare cash down the back of your sofa, and you can chuck a subscription my way, or you have some Bezos bucks for free with your Prime, your Amazon Prime, I would appreciate a subscription. Unfortunately, I am in a couple of months becoming unemployed, and I will have to use, because I'm still on chemo and disability stuff, I will have to I will be streaming more, and I will make more of an effort for you folks, to ensure that I give you what your bucks are spent on. But yeah, I would very much appreciate any subscriptions or gifties. There is also, for anyone who needs a gifty, there is for 1,000. I'll do it myself, so ignore that. But there, you can ask for a gifty from folks as well. And if there's any Oilers lurking in chat, they might be able to help you out. I don't push it too hard on this channel, and I don't know. It's not super comfortable for me either, because I know everyone's broke. You get my Bezos bucks because you'd shout at me if I gave you real money. Exactly, King. So thank you for your Bezos bucks. I appreciate that. A little bit of solidarity. But yeah, don't you give me your money. If you are struggling, don't give me a penny. Okay. Right, addiction. What is it? No matter what you do. Yeah. My God, naughties. Okay. Addiction is a common problem, but help is available. So addiction is defined as not having control over doing, taking, or using something to the point where it could be harmful to you. Addiction is most commonly associated with gambling, drugs, alcohol, and smoking. It's possible to be addicted to just about anything, including work. Some people are obsessed with their work to the extent that they become physically exhausted. If your relationships, family, and social life are affected, and you never take holidays, you might be addicted to work. The internet, as computer and mobile phone use has increased, so too have computer and internet addictions. I think I'm addicted to the internet, by the way, and it's got really bad as I've been sick, because I have like literally nothing else to do, and I have ADHD. So yeah, people may spend hours each day and night surfing the internet and gaming whilst neglecting other aspects of their lives. Solvents. A volatile substance abuse is when you inhale substances such as glue, aerosols, petrol, or lighter fuel to give you a feeling of intoxication. Shopping. Shopping becomes an addiction when you buy things that you don't need or want to achieve a buzz. This is quickly followed by feelings of guilt, shame, or despair. Sex addiction is when your sexual behavior feels out of control, is causing you or others distress, or is affecting your life, your relationships. And I personally would add to this your health, because there are implications with maybe solvents and sex here that, as we're aware, even though we're very pro-sex and sex positive here, if they are not managed in a appropriate way in your own life, can unfortunately have pretty negative effects on your physical and mental health. Good morning, Steph. According to Gabor Mate, addiction is a symptom of trauma. I think I know who you mean, the author. I have heard, I'm open to exploring that, and I can see that. I've heard people who are sort of psych background criticize Gabor Mate. I've done a lot of, like The Body Keeps the Score and that kind of stuff, and I've read that, and I've done yoga and explored trauma myself that way. And my impression is that addiction can definitely be related to trauma, and there's a strong relationship between the way people experience trauma and addiction, but that they are not, like Lake King says, they're not always 100% causally related. So from my understanding, and folks, I am not a specialist, so I am super open to understanding this, and I'm quite interested in this. So we can explore it, we can take a look at what people like Gabor Mate say addiction is rooted in. But from my understanding is there is a slightly more holistic approach to it as well, where the relationship with someone's experience of trauma and the way that they're trying to navigate trauma daily can definitely play a factor. And a lot of therapists trying to support people who have addictive personalities and are trapped in an addiction cycle will approach it through a trauma lens, but that it's not like 100% always that. I know as someone myself with ADHD, my relationship with something like the internet is complex, and I don't know if I'd 100% relate it to addiction. To trauma. But I'm definitely interested in that. So this is just the NHS website as well. I just wanted to give us somewhere to bounce off. There are lots of reasons why addiction begins. In the case of drugs, alcohol and nicotine, these substances can affect the way you feel physically and mentally. These feelings can be enjoyable and create a powerful urge to use the substances again. Gambling might result in a similar mental high after a win, followed by a strong urge to try again and recreate the feeling. This is developed into a habit that becomes very hard to stop. Being addicted to something means not having it causes withdrawal symptoms or a come down. Because this can be unpleasant, it is easier to carry on having or doing what you crave, so the cycle continues. Often, an addiction gets out of control because you need more and more satisfying a craving and achieving what is a high, which might not feel like a high, it might feel normal, if that makes sense. I'll say that having done 15 years of harm reduction work, I've never met anyone with substance use disorder but not trauma. Do you have a video that you recommend we look at to explore that particular relationship? I've got quite a lot of videos to look at, but I'm definitely up for watching something that explains that relationship as well. I am the bestest hot sauce. Welcome in, Mayor. the bestest burger. Hope you're well. The strain of managing an addiction can seriously damage your work life and relationships. In the case of substance misuse, an addiction can have serious psychological and physical effects. Some studies suggest a person's risk of becoming addicted is partly genetic, but environmental factors such as being around other people with addictions are also thought to increase the risk. Behaviors such as substance misuse can be a way of blocking out difficult issues. Unemployment and poverty can trigger addiction, along with stress and emotional or professional pressure. Addiction is a treatable condition, whatever the addiction, sorry. There are lots of ways you can seek help. In the UK, this is, you can see your GP for advice or contact an organisation. Let's just, I'll just post this here for anyone. So this is if you're in England, just in case there's anyone here who is in need of support, folks. Don't worry, no one has to say anything. There is that option to read that as well. I think the leftist analysis comes in saying that existing under capitalism, I would say yes, that can be a factor. And in fact, that's a good place to start. Does capitalism cause addiction? So I guess here's where I would say, just looking at it as trauma is I'm not saying it's just limiting. I'm saying we can expand what that understanding of trauma is, maybe, where it is not only someone subject to capitalist like abuses that can cause addiction, but as we're going to look at, capitalism has a material effect on people's access to drugs and mental and physical health, that is very holistic, that causes, alongside, I guess, maybe that is what we mean by trauma. I suppose if we're saying trauma is materialist, we have to, we have to expand what that concept of trauma is, Steph. If I think we're on the same page here. Like, there is a paradigm in psychology that reduces it. I think you're referring to it here as well. Reduces it to like an individual experience, whereas leftists, we can expand it to human beings are social. It is the social conditioning and material relationships that are economic, that are like cause people's access to things like opiates, which we'll explore in a second, pain medication, experiences of trauma at work, chasing dopamine like I do on the internet because they're deeply unsatisfied with their life and their role in the world, which in a way is traumatic, but I do think we need to verbally say that step, if that makes sense, because a lot of people come from a paradigm that reduce that conceptualization of trauma down to you've experienced something, you're traumatized, that manifests as behaviors in the future and in the present, which is a very individualistic model. And we need to kind of be able to encapsulate both. Thank you. Okay, I would like to start. Let's start with this on the street discussion in the UK, which is Peter Boghosian. What a fucking name. Peter Boghosian presents a claim: everyone's addictions are a government responsibility, to a student from Goldsmith in London. The young woman is sober for 2 years and has an academic interest in addiction research. And this is just a discussion that I think we can all engage with critically. Does capitalism cause addiction?
So is the solution to that equality of opportunity, or is it to rip down the entire system?
Ideally, rip down the entire system.
Okay, so where are we?
Sorry, let me put...
London, Goldsmiths Uni.
So we're going to do the claim, everyone's addictions are the government's responsibility.
Yeah.
And you got the rules of the game, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, move.
Strongly agree. Yep.
Okay, Everyone's addictions are the government's responsibility.
Strongly,
Let's talk about
strongly
addiction. What do you
agree.
mean by
Yeah.
that?
So I'm currently doing my major project on like substance abuse addiction, and it's just I think how it's the government's responsibility.
Sorry, is this super quiet for you
because
folks?
it's
Yeah.
like
Sorry. Oop.
So
me
is
one
the
sec.
solution to that equality of opportunity, or is it to rip down the entire system?
Hey,
ideally
Donatello.
rip down the entire system.
Okay, so where are we?
London Goldsmith Uni.
So we're gonna do the claim: everyone's addictions are the government's responsibility.
Yeah.
And
I
you've
hope
got the
that's
rules of
loud
the
enough
game,
now.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, 5, 4, 3,
Welcome
2,
in,
1,
love, as
move.
well.
Okay, everyone's addictions are the government's responsibility. Let's talk about addiction. What do you mean by that?
So I'm currently doing my major project on like substance abuse addiction, and it's just I think how it's the government's responsibility, because it's like mainly wrapped up in like poverty and racial injustice, and like
Oh, nice.
minority groups in general are most affected by addiction.
Yes.
Like everyone can be affected by it, but obviously just based off their circumstances, they're going to be more likely to be addicted.
Well, what do you mean by addiction?
Can someone remind me of the substance that a lot of men who have sex with men, it's the party drug? Someone please remind me. It's a dynamic in the UK. I'm very interested to learn from this person's research about how it's affecting communities of colour in the UK as well, because I don't know about that. Fuck, what is the drug? There is a drug. GBH, thank you. No, not poppers. No. King, it's a GHB, sorry. No, I'm addicted to cheese. Okay, Vez, you could be addicted to cheese. This is a drug. We could take a look at it. Hopefully, it's brought up in this conversation. But my understanding is, so my mate went to a party. My like beautiful twink married mate, who I want to bring on the stream one day to have a good chat about twink experiences. Twinks and dykes for life. I'm ride or die for twinks. I'll go to war for you, twinks. He's my best friend, and I think that would be a really fun stream for you to meet him. He's an absolute babe of a person, and I've known him since I was 11 years old. He brings the vibes. He went to a party. Him and his husband are in an open marriage, and they communicate very well about it, and I love them. But they're very aware that there's a lot of substance abuse, and it's called chemsex parties, right? And we spoke about it before, and basically we locked it down to internalized homophobia makes gay men and men that have sex with men, so queer, bisexual men, chase a high perpetually that feels really good, that's associated along with sex, which is massively, like, anal sex is massively discriminated against in the UK. It's so stigmatized, and it's all wrapped up in this psychological we need to go party, and we want to have fun, but we're not going to connect and talk to each other. We need to be off our fucking tits to do this, because we're secretly deep down inside very ashamed of what we're doing. So that's the key, right? And then it's a very addictive high, because it's a really nice high, and therefore people become like, a lot of queer men I know would be like, it's a huge issue, and like I didn't know about it because they would go off to their parties and I'd only hear about it when I was hanging out with them. But it starts to have really negative effects in their life, and always health, physical, it would affect their work, it would affect their mental well-being throughout the week, and they would go and do it every weekend or evenings whenever they could. So it's a really big issue, but it's not spoken about much. So no, it's not poppers. It's a very different drug. I don't know if it's a thing that is experienced by queer men and men that have sex with men and queer people outside of the UK, but it's very much an issue here.
Addiction.
So I'm just referring to like substance abuse, like alcohol, drugs.
Tobacco, caffeine.
I mean, yeah, they technically count.
You specifically mean like when you say drugs, you mean like Marijuana,
Yeah, like-
cocaine, heroin. What do
Yeah,
you mean?
Like all drugs, like class
Marijuana.
A's, class B's, class C's.
I don't know what those are, but like all drugs.
Yeah,
like things you
essentially,
put
like-
in your body.
Yeah, like heroin, cocaine.
Heroin would certainly be.
That's class A.
Yeah,
But
like
just
The
that's
marijuana-
classes, for anyone who's not from Britain, the classes are just like the different. You go to jail for different amount. The regulations different.
Want to fall into that?
Drugs
Yeah,
might be the
definitely.
pottage,
definitely.
defo.
Okay.
Yeah.
So everyone's
Exist, do you
addictions
mean?
are the government's responsibility. Explain that, please.
So I think if we look at like policies from like government, for example, if you look at like funding in particular areas,
Yeah,
like,
Donatella. He's
like
American, isn't he?
Lewisham compared to like I don't know Fulham, obviously they have less fun.
Fulham.
Fulham.
Sorry. Most normal American in Britain. Fulham? Fuck's sake, mate.
It's like Southwest London.
Substance abuse in the queer community is because it's traumatic being queer in our society. Tina? I don't know what Tina is, sorry. Is a bigger issue addiction-wise? It's I don't know, Tina slang for something I don't know. Then GHB, which is similar to alcohol and in its addictiveness. What's Tina? I've not heard that. Do you have GHB in your communities as well? Yeah, it makes sex feel amazing, basically, is what I've heard. Which is why it's like, why would you stop something? Oh, meth. Okay. We have meth in the UK, but it's a significantly less of an issue, I think, than it is in North America. The main, I guess, substance in the UK that has similar role in society is heroin. A common slang term, chemsex for the highly addicted. Oh, meth. Yeah, I mean it is present. It is present, definitely, but it's because we are a much smaller place, and it's normally quite apparent where meth is being made. It's harder to ship into the UK and to make here, basically.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so like they get more funding, and it's dependent on like who's
No,
the,
I
like,
think meth is different from
person
speed.
in charge of each thing.
How the
So, like, I
gays
think
call it,
round
it's
here it's
usually
Labour.
right.
And
Okay,
then, actually, I
okay.
think in Fulham it's also Labour, but it might be Conservative. But based off the policies and funding and stuff, like one area might be more funded for like addiction help or AA meetings or just like resources in general.
To what extent is addiction an individual's responsibility?
I don't necessarily think it is, because I think it's based off of like your circumstances. Like I think everyone can be addicted to something, but like obviously if you grow up in poverty, you're probably more likely to rely on it or be around it more.
Or have to need it because of your experiences with labor that make your work like more physical.
Or,
Same
like,
class,
it's a
different drug.
coping
Yeah.
mechanism. Say,
Yeah.
for example, you grew up in like an abusive household or something, you're probably more likely to be addicted. Same if you're neurodivergent, you're more likely to be addicted to something. There's like higher
And if you're
percentages.
queer or a person of
So-
color, you're more likely
And
to
I'm
be
no
in
expert
those
in
groups
addiction,
as
just so you
well.
know, so we're
Ample.
clear about this. So, is it the case that, to the extent that something is the government's responsibility, it's not an individual's responsibility, and vice versa? To the extent that something is an individual's
I
responsibility.
really hate this paradigm. It is so clearly an element of both. Like, it is so fucking clearly an element of both. Like, and the problem that where we fail people so systemically is building a world where capitalism perpetuates and causes addiction and then makes it easier to become addicted and harder to access services that support you with addiction. But we know, like, no matter what, at the end of the day, someone has to want to stop using a substance. But if you're not changing a society around them, you're not changing why somebody has become addicted to something. Like the discussion that we just had about queer communities and utilizing drugs, like how it pains my heart when I think about this. Like genuinely, how the fuck where the fuck would I get off talking to like a queer guy and being like, no, you need to stop using drugs, right? And let's say I go in with the utmost fucking love in my heart because I love the queer community and I don't want them to suffer. And I mean that, and I'm like, please stop. Let's say, heaven forbid, a close friend of mine started really using drugs and I was like, I need to intervene. It's having an effect on their life and I'm very concerned about them. Would I go up to them and be like, you need to change and it's your fault? No. I would try and make sure the community around them, like, I'd try and get them new friends, basically, and new ways of displacing those emotions. And therapy, queer affirming therapy, to try and explore why they feel that an extension of themselves is to use substances so much. But I still know at the end of the day, they have to be the person that wants to do that. I know. So I think that this is a really fucking flawed paradigm that splits the person from society. Whereas we are a person who we're always embedded in society. There is no individual without society, you know? So I really hate this way that this guy is questioning it. Meth is the most common here. Yeah, Donatello, we're going to take a little look at trauma after as well. Luca, babes, meth is the most common here after alcohol for chemsex. G isn't as common as it used to be, and I would like to add to the internalized homophobia, especially, you're going to make me cry, especially for older men who have sex with men. Exactly. The trauma of living through the AIDS crisis and the constant fear of death made me cry. But yeah, like, that feeling is valid. That feeling of, I am traumatized by the world trying to fucking genocide queer people is real. That person didn't invent discrimination where the world was like, lol, AIDS, we hope you die. And our communities had to fucking protect one another, and you had lesbian nurses. Oh, God. You had lesbian nurses fucking protecting queer men who have sex with men until the day that they died. God, this shit always gets me thinking about that period of history. Like, I'm gonna turn to this person, my like the queer men in my life, or people, other genders who have sex with men, and be like, lol, it's you. You're the person that needs to change. Like, their emotions are valid. Their experiences of pain are coming from somewhere. They're not just addicted because they're a bad person. Static being, welcome in, my love. Community is so important for healthy habits. Exactly. The line at which someone becomes addicted to an extent is dictated by capitalists and yes, because it's saying how much can you function in a capitalist society. On a related side, William Burroughs, the author of Naked Lunch, talked about the desire for drugs and addiction was not so much about the drug itself. It is about the need for drugs replacing your other problems. Instead of having 10 problems, you now have one. And it makes life easier to manage. Gosh, yeah. I've heard some harrowing stories from older gay men in Alcoholics Anonymous about the AIDS epidemic. Multiple funerals every weekend. Oh, gosh. And folks, with the cuts to funding, we are going to lose more community members from AIDS, and we need to be supporting our communities now. At some point, I'm going to do a fundraiser and split it between. So I've spoken to Ray. I have helped Ray myself with some finances. I've paid it forwards. I can't do that anymore because I'm about to lose my job. If If you want to subscribe, please do help me out. But I think for Christmas we will do a fundraiser that will be split between Sudan and communities in Cameroon who are providing HIV medicine, because I know from work it's really bad there. People are counting pills really bad. We're getting deep into addiction. I'm an addict. I'm sorry to hear that, my love. I know that that's probably a very complex thing to talk about. I'm a year sober, almost. I'm in fact, I'd say I'm 11 months and I'm coming up to a year sober from alcohol. This is a space where we have people who use substances and struggle with it, and people who are managing addictions as well. So you are in safe hands, and you are in a space where someone's not going to shit on you or treat you differently because of your struggles. In fact, I'd like to think that everyone here so far today has discussed this in a very respectful way, and I thank you all from that as well. Very much so, King. A lot of addictions start from self-medication practices, and it's funny because my mum has what's the non-rheumatoid arthritis? What's the other one that you have? What's the non-autoimmune arthritis? Shit, it's not coming to the top of my head. The one where it's like just from like your osteoporosis arthritis or some shit? Osteoarthritis? It's just like your muscles and you've got a lot of inflammation, but it's not autoimmune. It's something else. Sorry, I can't think off the top of my head. I think it's osteoarthritis, I think. Anyway, my mum, who is like very trad mumcore, love her to bits. Number one mum. I've got two. I'm adopted. I can say it. Number one mum. Babe, I'd go to war for her. Love her. Cuddle my mum every day. W mum. W hot sauce mum. She saw me take CBD with a little bit of THC in my autoimmune experience and benefit from it. And then she was in a lot of pain. Gosh, bless her, cotton socks. I'm linking this to addiction just so people know. Don't worry, I'm going somewhere with it. She struggled to walk down the stairs, and it was hard to see. Because she's in pain, and you don't want your mummy to be in pain. And she's in a world where like all drugs bad. Weed, marijuana, devil's lettuce. It's the devil's lettuce, Siobhan. And I'm like, nah, try it, and she's doing great now. She's doing fucking great. She's got no more pain. She doesn't even actually have to use it as much anymore. But she's taking it every day. How's that not addiction? She has to use it to help her issues. Without it, she suffers. It's a drug. It is very much a drug. It's a version, an oil, a tincture of the devil's lettuce. It's a little bit of the psychoactive stuff taken out, yes. But the way that we think about these things is so managed by wider discourses. Drugs good, drugs bad. Opiates, you have failed. Your pain has got a hold of you. Very bad. Addiction is one. Tiny Norwegian mum on CBD THC tincture. Oh, that's okay now because society has changed its attitude towards these substances. I'm pretty sure I've had a substance abuse disorder linked to ADHD, and they're heavily. Oh hell yeah, very much so. Aiden, I know it sounds strange to say, but I'm really addicted to like screens to the point where I get very bad feedback loops, and I have to like leave my phone at home, and I have to move away from things and screens and like turn off my laptop, because if I don't, I will sit there and constantly flick between things. And I've had to like ban YouTube Shorts and TikTok from my phone because I'll get so easily linked in a cycle. And I know it's not like a super destructive cycle, but that's my time and mental health going into that. Anyway, let's get back to this use versus abuse. I think that's an interesting question, Bez, because I think the question therein is linked to what Steph was saying earlier. At what point does it become abuse, and how do we communicate that to the world? Because I feel then it's mixed in part between when it starts to have quite a serious negative effect on that person's physical and mental well-being, but then often the way we talk about what is seen as an abuse and a struggle is, oh, they can't work anymore, therefore they have failed at capitalism. When really we probably need to be delving a bit deeper into that. Let's listen to this person. They seem cool
It's
anyway.
not the government's responsibility.
I mean, I guess that's the capitalist or neoliberalist mindset anyway. So I think we don't come together as a community as much as we should. So like if you look at AA meetings and their structure, it's all about
access to
community, and that's how,
healthcare.
like,
Yeah,
you remain.
I'm on a SNRI, and I tried to stop, and I was almost sectioned. I'm not exaggerating. I tried to like stop duloxetine, and I almost ended up in a psychiatric hospital. I am now on that medicine for life. I cannot live without it. So is that addiction? I have, for the past 10 years of my life, had an addiction that I can't beat then, I guess. And what Steph there, I think, is saying is that an addiction? Or is it healthcare? And at what point do we talk about it? Yeah, SNRIs are supposedly actually harder to tackle.
Sober, or, like,
I'm going to
try
grab
and
some
be
coffee. I'll
sober.
be back in 1 sec.
Whereas, like, I don't know, the capitalist mindset's very much like just doing it all yourself, when I don't think that's what the human.
What other mindset? What mindset should one look at that?
What do you mean?
Well, if the capitalist neoliberal mindset is bad, how should we look at that?
I think it's just about like having funding to resources and like working together as a community and like being able to speak up about stuff and speak to your friends and family about it without like guilt or shame, and like just having access.
And that's non-capitalist.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So I'm thinking about this addiction question. Everyone's addictions are the government's responsibility. Let's go reset this line here. Let's go back to the neutral. And we're going to come back to that claim, so don't erase that claim. Everyone's dental hygiene is the government's responsibility. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, move. Okay, so you stood on agree, but before you stood on strongly agree. That must mean you think that there's something disanalogous or something different about dental hygiene from addiction.
I think everyone has a choice to like go and get dental care, but it's also about not addiction. It's about education on like importance of dental care and access. So, yeah.
If somebody doesn't floss, because this is like, I don't believe in flossing. I'm against flossing.
Yeah.
Would it be the government's responsibility to either take care of their teeth or to force them to floss?
I think that's like up to the individual to choose how they want to do it, but then you have to factor in like, have they been taught how to brush their teeth and look after their teeth? Can they afford to go to the dentist? What's their like their time? Do they have to work full time so they don't have access to go to the dentist?
Okay, I'm trying to work this out in my head. So I'm trying to work out. The original claim was everyone's addictions are the government's responsibility.
Yeah.
Is that only apply to addiction? Does it apply to like your dental care? Do you see what do you see? Like,
I get what you mean.
Like if we want to say that people are responsible for blushing and flossing, then that has nothing to do with capitalism. It's the degree to which they take care of their teeth. It's not guaranteed. It's just less likely that they'll have cavities and gum disease.
But then I guess addiction's like it's wired in your brain, like it's a mental illness, like it's a disease. So I think
So that's why you're agreeing, not strongly agree.
yeah,
For the teeth.
I think it's just everyone has the like. Say everyone is educated on dental care. Obviously, you have the choice to do that yourself. Like you can. It's not like a brain thing necessarily, but also I don't know. Addiction's a bit different.
Well, let me ask you a question. I don't know much about the people on the island here, so I'm a little ignorant.
So fine.
I can tell you in the United States, however, something that's a fact. I don't think you could find a single person in the entire continent
I'm back.
over the age of 6 or 5 who does not know that smoking is bad for you. Like, I literally don't think you could find one, even in the most remote parts of the middle of Appalachia, in the middle of nowhere, who grew up in a barn. So we have a situation in which, at least in the United States, I can't speak for here, literally everybody knows smoking is harmful. People still smoke. Is that the government's responsibility?
I mean, yeah, it's an addiction, but like I would say agree with that one rather than strongly agree. I don't know, like I smoke, so like I'm aware of the things that it does, but I'm also addicted to it. So like I'm also sober. So like my experience of smoking is like it's a stress reliever, whereas
Yeah, that's sorry, something I wanted to bring up is some personal experiences. Thank you to everyone, by the way, who's sharing their experiences. I appreciate you all for being very respectful to one another in a topic that in the world is so easily used to demonize folks. So thank you for all of us together creating a space which is allowing people to share their experiences without judgment. I appreciate y'all. Access to dentistry. Yeah, Donatella. Oh my god. I have to have dentistry care like literally outside of the country because I can't afford it here. People are using fentanyl and heroin as self-medicating. Yeah, of course. I will I'll explain something in a second from my own experience as well. And Luca used morphine prescription, and the difference with being access to healthcare, and they went from morphine use for pain, right, Luca, to alcohol. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this guy just seems very debate bro, but the woman here is cool as fuck. Like, she's on it. So I kind of like the video because he's been an asshole, but she's like, nah. She's very like London, like, nah, mate, you're fucking wrong. Like, yeah, it's like capitalism, mate. So fuck him. Big up her. Dentists are so expensive. God, so fucking expensive in the UK. Like, life ruining money expensive. Yep. So psilocybin is something I very much recommend. I'll explain it in a bit. His question is quite obtruse. Yes, he's being a wanker. Cocaine is the worst acid, weed, and drugs. Shrooms I don't regret. Cocaine is just not worth it, and ecstasy is cut with meth if you're lucky. So much of the global product is tainted with fentanyl has changed everything behind the scenes. Everything. Yeah, it makes this stuff very difficult. I've only got access to a dentist here because I'm mental. Those her words, not mine. And it's not safe for me to access the dentist. Sorry, in a normal way. That sounds complex. It genuinely can help. It's not a guarantee, but there are options. Yes. I will. So I'll explain my experience as well. Okay. What I'd say here is, I genuinely mean this. I'm not just saying it for TOS. If you can get psilocybin inside of trauma therapy, that is much safer. So, I've had 2 serious addictions in my life. and mental health problems from a young age. Nobody, I think, believes me because I don't have mental health problems anymore beyond like generalized anxiety. In my 20s, I was very depressed. I had, I guess, the extreme chronic depression. I couldn't get out of bed depression, couldn't work depression. Life is a black cave depression for like 2 years. I then went on some the SNRI, and it did help me. I tried a few, and duloxetine did, to a certain extent, help me. And then much later, I started using psilocybin. Now, I did it myself, and I did it in countries where it was legal to do so. But I did it with a very big understanding of the potential dangers of this drug. Yeah. So being genuinely I always say this, treat psychedelics with respect. They're incredibly powerful drugs. So very much be in a place where you have care if you want to try this. And just be very as informed as you can if you want to take these substances. I would say I have had 3 very powerful trips in my life that have substantially, profoundly changed my mental health, where I feel no longer depressed at a core level. To put it very bluntly, I also had therapy, and I used these substances myself, and I hated myself, and now I don't. I'm totally at peace with myself. And that's quite profound. Anyone who's ever had that experience of like really detesting who you are, and I'm so sorry if you have, because I've experienced that, and that's a really big struggle for a lot of folks out there. I struggled with that for a long time. And the duloxetine took the edge off so I could work. And I needed that. I needed to play the capitalist game. I need money like everyone else. And it took the edge off. My family is still in the house, so I can't say this too loud, but it also stopped me from coming, which is a side effect I didn't like. I'm now on a much reduced dose and I can come. But goddamn, that sucks ass. It sucks ass, guys, not being able to come. So we're back now. And I'm still on a clinical trial waiting list for awesome. Yes, Donatella, I so strongly support you to do that in a space where you can get support. And I wish you the best to get on those trials. And I hope that you get that in a medical space. And I'm really glad that you know yourself. Me and Aiden, by the sounds of things, are people who have done it outside of medical environments. So I was in Thailand. It's legal to do magic mushrooms there. And I had huge trips. And I'd done a lot of work in therapy, and it had helped a lot. And yeah, I think I do strongly encourage that, but the reason why they don't want you to try psychedelics is psychedelics make you realize the capitalist game's bullshit as well. I'm being real. I'm being for real. I'm being fucking for real. Like, you realize, like, yo, you won't believe this when I say this, but hey, Riley, welcome in. Just talking about me coming or not. Welcome in, my love. Like, I'm being, like, for real, yeah, ego death. I'm being for fucking real, man. Like, psychedelics, you wouldn't fucking believe me when I said this. Hot sauce here used to be, like, career pilled, and I used to be like, no, man, yet. I need to play the game, and to a certain extent, I have played the game. Like, I have a good job for now, although we're all losing our money, and I'm gonna get fired because half of the organization's collapsing. But, like, I wanted to play the game. I need money to survive. But importantly, yeah, you realize life is a game. I played the game. I was like, no, I need good career. Me must work for UN, to make my mum happy. By the way, my mum doesn't give a shit about this. She just loves me. That's how we're good in this world. Then the world will know that I am a good person who has achieved success. And like, yeah, I just realized that that's complete bullshit, and that's not the way to be happy at all. Hey, Ali, welcome in, my love. Hello, Alex, welcome in. And yeah, like, it can be really profound, but I genuinely mean this, folks. Accessing psychedelics, like Donatella told us. Thank you, my love, as well, for dropping in. I thank you for sharing. Doing it in a space where you are getting medical support for a lot of people is very essential. It wasn't for me, maybe for Aiden, it wasn't as well. But I had a trip sitter as well. Yo, folks, I forgot about this story. Guys, the last time I fucking dropped mushrooms, because I use mushrooms to deal with the trauma of going through chemo and being sick. I have a good cry when I'm on mushrooms, and it's a needed cry. Last time I did it, folks, I woke up. I tripped balls. I woke up and Donald Trump had been shot. And I was like, yo, what the fuck? So make sure you've got people to look after you, because I was like, yo, what? What did I do? Oh my god, what did I do? Oh my god, I tripped balls. Good morning. Yeah, man, me and the Etsy witches. Razzle Riley as well, folks. I'm giving a shout-outs to some folks who we should all be following as well. Yeah, I might retrain as a lesbian trucker. We'll see what life brings. At the moment, I'm going to be solid on just treating myself. And folks, I might go to somewhere. I might go to Kenya or Vietnam. I might stay there for 6 months, and I might stream to make just enough money to survive and not work outside of streaming. I think I really need that. It has been 4 years of working whilst I'm sick with an autoimmune disease on chemo twice now. So I think I need a break before I do anything, whether it's trucking or whether it's still staying in the charity sector. Yeah. I have a suggestion. Hear me out. Okay. Also, welcome in, Alex. There's a couple of cuties here. Alex is back in the streaming game. Lovely to have you back, Alex. Oh, I need to wait 27 seconds before I shout someone out. I'll give you a shout in a sec as well. This is going to sound, but I've had more paranoid trips from shrooms than acid. I mean, fair enough. I am not someone that's going to try acid. I'm a bit scared of acid because it's supposed to be very strong, but I love shrooms. So I'll stick with what I know personally. But if that's your experience, that's totally valid. Border runs to Vietnam are still a thing. It's also, I've got homies in... all of my homies are leaving Thailand, and I've got very good friends now in Kenya, and they're kind of the same price to stay. And on a British passport, I can stay visa-free in Kenya for 6 months anyway. So, and I really love my time in Kenya. I could also volunteer some time with the community if they wanted that. Depends how useful I can be rather than a burden. So we'll see. We'll see. Anyway.
It's like if, I
get
don't
back to
know,
this.
my circumstances were different, I probably wouldn't smoke. But like, I don't know. I think it just depends. It's a situation.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out, that I'm confused about. So to what extent is your smoking?
But Kenya had all night clubs outside your bedroom and bad sausages. That is true.
I mean, I'm at an age now where obviously like...
Sorry, Kenya, your sausages suck. And I was really excited to try your sausages. They're shit. I'm sorry. Cancel me. Cancel me all you want, but just make your sausages better.
education on smoking. But
I feel like I
that's how
tripped
got
that
brought
long
up, but, like, say,
with
for example, the effects of like alcohol or drugs.
with
There aren't laws in place to like
shrooms as well.
I don't know what the word is right now. I guess regulate like drug. Like for example, if you buy a top and it's
A
like
top?
a top, yeah.
What's a top? You mean the
It's
things
like
you
a
spin?
t-shirt.
Oh, okay.
Top.
Yeah.
Like say for example, you buy a top in a shop and it's like I don't know, not what you thought you were going to buy. You can send it back because there's like regulations in place. Whereas there isn't that with drugs when you obviously because it's illegal. But the thing is, what happens is then people cut it with stuff that is bad and they're mis-selling it. So there's no laws in place to like safely regulate drug use, nor is there places that you can like test your drugs or.
Right. Okay.
Because of Nicotine King?
So here's, I think this has helped me clarify things.
Yeah,
Oh, are you on the agree? I don't mean
Yeah.
to keep pushing you off. Sorry.
it's all good.
Okay, so here's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying
Oh,
to
you
figure
mate.
out dental care, smoking, drugs. To what extent is the individual responsible
Oh
for
my
themselves
god!
and the government is not responsible for the individual? Like, to what
Oh god, most normal libertarian. Check his hard drives.
extent is the individual responsible for getting off of drugs or flossing their teeth? Or maybe those things are just analogous and that's not fair to say.
I think they're slightly different. I mean, like, yeah, it's for someone.
He seems
to
like a
choose whether
fucking
to, like,
wanker,
be
doesn't he,
sober,
Alex?
But then there's nuances to that. Like, it's a chemical thing. It's a disease. It's not like dental. Like, obviously, if you're neurodivergent, you might not like brushing your teeth. That's a completely different thing. But,
I
like,
was
dental
double
care,
dosed. Tell
it's
me
just
that
about
two
being
tripping
educated,
balls
the
were
same
so.
way that drug
Oh
use or alcohol
shit!
use is also education.
That
Okay.
sounds really scary.
Okay, so maybe...
Aiden, I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry you had that. I'm not gonna lie. The first time I took mushrooms, I was with a beautiful woman in a hammock, and like I was so high, and I was just like, every woman is a beautiful goddess, and I love being a dyke. And this was a big thing for me, was coming to peace with my queerness. Yeah, this is the first. I don't know him. This is the first time I've seen it. Real, yeah, man. And I was just like, straight up, the universe is beautiful, and I'm, oh my god, when I get really high, I'm like, I'm a Celtic warrior, and I love women, and every woman is beautiful. And I honestly, I trip and I'm so full of love. It's like I see myself and I know I'm angry at the world, but I know deep down I'm just a little ball of love. Genuinely. I'm not being patronizing or weird. I'm like, I love you all. I love you all. And I used to just take mushrooms when I was a DJ and I got shouted at because I would just stop DJing and I'd just go into the crowd and be like, you're all so beautiful. I love you. And I meant it because it felt like that's me with my total guard down. And I'm like, I'm a child of the forest. You can think it's hippie as fucking weird. Oh my god, no, Vez, don't you ever. Okay, I know exactly what you're talking about. Case in point, I was tripping balls. Vez, I'm gonna get real with you, Vez. I'll cry talking about this. I've suffered a lot in the past couple of years. Vez has been. No, don't you dare. Please don't. Please don't. Vez has been a really good friend to me. Vez has had my back in a lot of places and is someone that can take me moaning and like, you've been a really good friend, Vez. So I tripped off my tits and I was like, I sent Vez a video and I was like, I'm having a wee and it feels really good. And also, you're the most beautiful man alive and I love you. So that's what it's like being friends with me, guys. Because I was like, no, I have to tell Vez how much I love him. I meant it, guys, because he's been a solid. He's been a solid boy. He's my boy. Me and Vez are like sister brother coded, and he'll try and tease me right now, but you guys don't see this. Vez has also been through a lot over the past couple of years, and I love him greatly. And I just needed him to know, because I know the men struggle with sharing their emotions sometimes, but I was like, no, I need you to know that I love you. I don't even think it was to me. I think you wanted to show. No, it was to you, Vez. Shut up. You know I love you. You know I love you. No, please don't. Are you sending it to me? Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. I think it's terms of service. I think they've got like a tit out somewhere, and I'm like, you can just hear psh, me being in the background, and I'm like, this feels so amazing. When you're that high, you just have to let go, exactly, and it can be so beautiful. And letting go for me is, I just want everyone to know that they're all beautiful. Also, Steph is a streamer as well. I think Steph is Stephanie or Steph. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm shouting out everyone here. Is it Steph is a girl now, or Stephanie is girl now? That's it. Stephanie is girl now. Oh gosh. That makes me chuckle. Oh no, I did shout you out. I don't know. It was to you. It was to you. Oh gosh. Okay. Yeah, Alex. I don't know who this guy is, but he seems asshole coded.
It's not that everyone's addictions are the government's responsibility. Maybe the claim should be changed to, and I'm working this out in my head. The government has a responsibility to provide resources to people who are addicted to drugs to help them.
Now, that's still individualistic. The government has a responsibility to build a system where addiction is less of an issue. Could just be standard debate stat. He seems debate coded. Hey, Kako.
Get off
Welcome
of
in, love.
drugs.
But then is that not their responsibility? Because I think if
Literally,
we're talking
Queen,
about like capitalism
Queen,
and like, yeah, okay,
Queen.
obviously, say we didn't have capitalism, you're still going to have some people that might be addicted, like
Yeah.
a small percentage.
Much
you mean
smaller.
You think capitalism makes people become addicted to drugs?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, how?
Because
Fuck me.
of the social like impact it has, like poverty, racial injustice, gender injustice, homophobia, transphobia, like that all, you know, and like the lack of resources, the lack of funding.
Do you think that capitalist countries are more homophobic than non-capitalist?
Oh, you dumb fucking cunt. Oh, God, this debate, bro. Actually, some countries are significantly more progressive. By the way, you dumb fucking piece of shit. I'm an expert. Sit the fuck down. Cuba. Cuba, a couple of years ago, passed the most progressive trans legislation in the developing world, in the global south. This year, in the UK, a court ruling has basically meant that trans people now live in an apartheid system in the UK. I use that word genuinely. I'm not exaggerating. Like, trans people are being systematically excluded from every part of life in the UK. So yeah, shut the fuck up, you dumb fucking piece of shit.
Countries.
Queen.
I don't think we don't not have capitalist countries everywhere. Like we don't live, like we don't have any actual
I disagree
example
with
of, like,
this.
communism or socialism.
We have better though.
Not true communism.
Okay, can you think of a country that tends towards? So you think countries that are not? No, I should. So is it the case that countries that tend towards communism, if you want to say that, or socialism, that they're less homophobic?
I guess so. Like the structure of it, if you look at it in theory.
How does capitalism produce homophobia? I don't want to necessarily go on this.
Right. Yeah, that King, I agree. She's not wrong, but it's not really what we need to talk about. Okay. This is what we were speaking about the other day with a Revolutionary Thoughts video essay. And in Hugo's stream. So, People are products of their society. Homophobia hasn't always existed. What's the best way of saying it? Homophobia can exist without capitalism, but we live in a society where homophobia is produced by capitalism because we live in a capitalist society. There's been an attempt to try and make capitalists more inclusive of queerness, but it's failed. Unfortunately, this is a big thing at work. And to put it bluntly, this is why I'm losing my job, and a bunch of other queers internationally are. It's failed. Yes, exactly. Because he thinks like capitalism is just like this is very dumb take debate, bro, and this is why it's really difficult to have the level of conversation that's needed here. And you need someone like Revolutionary Thought who does like very in-depth video essays to unpick this. Capitalism produces social dynamics. Capitalism is the underlying economic order. Homophobia is a dimension of that. And in countries overseas, actually, not that this dumb fuck would know, it's imperialism, which is imperial capitalism, that has produced homophobia. Case in point, Kenya. Our queer comrades in Kenya still experience homophobia to this day because of laws and social attitudes and economic and political structures imported under capitalism from Britain to Kenya and imposed on the people there. This dumb fuck lives in a world where history doesn't exist. Capitalism good because I can have a small business or some fucking stupid thing. And unfortunately, look, this isn't this woman's wheelhouse. It is my wheelhouse. I know my shit, but like, this is a complicated thing and this is hard to answer. So, yeah, it is Engels. Like Alex says, it's Engels 101. It's the guy who sent fake essays, and the essays were nonsense, and they got Joe Rogan. So he's a piece of shit. End of history, liberalism. Well, he's a fucking wanker then. Revolutionary Thought. I will show you right now. It's well worth you knowing this content creator. They're also on Twitch now. They're great. They're really good. Are you a revolutionary or just performative? Why did the USSR recriminalize homosexuality, gender-affirming care in the Soviet Union? How America created and ruined individualism, capitalism, the system making us sick. Like, literally, truth about women's lib in the USSR. Genuinely, one of the best content creators out there. At the moment, go give them some love. It's not often that I find someone where I'm like, yes, to everything they say. Yeah, have yet to disagree with them. I'm sure at some point I'd find a nuanced point where I can disagree with them. But very based comrade. Control pathways of us versus them. Yeah, Vez, exactly. And the control is capitalism. But Engels 101, what Alex was talking about is the family being a nuclear family is a product of capitalism. You can go outside of America and Britain and Europe and you realize that families look very different in other societies for a very specific reason, because those families are part of a historical relationship with economics that is evolved in a different way. A case in point being like Doggo, who lives in Thailand at the moment and has a Thai wife. But don't worry, guys, he passes the white guy in Thailand vibe check. There's a few of them out there that are good. Don't worry. And he's like an embedded member of the family in Thailand, and that family is much bigger and broader than what I understand. Maybe I'm not the best example because I have quite a expansive view of family in England. In the UK, we are a very big, vibrant family, but we are not normal in the UK. US capitalism created systemic racism after slavery as a means to keep a grip on socialist movements. Yeah, and to control black and brown bodies as well. Which is why Oklahoma used to be the most socialist state in the country. Can you explain Oklahoma in this? Do you mean it was used to try and divide and conquer Oklahoma? Dot. Yeah. Slightly disagree. I'd say it predates the US. Families are very different in my part of the world, yeah. Oh god. Yeah. Did he invent eugenics? I love it when you drop someone in chat, King, and it's always like, this man was the head racist in his country.
But it relates to addiction, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously it has an impact. There's like a hierarchy. So you have like, are you white? You're white, right?
But go ahead.
Okay, like you have white people at the top, but you have white men at the top, and then you have white straight men at the very top. And that has a knock-on effect. So you still have like initial privilege in the world. So like that, it's just the hierarchy of capitalism and neoliberalism.
Hi Chloe as well, lovely to have you
And
here.
so communism wouldn't have that? There would be no like communist elite based on identity characteristics?
I
It's
mean, if
not
you look at
identity
Marxism,
characteristics, you
like-
stupid cunt. This is what Revolutionary Thoughts video was. Folks, if you encounter this in the world, it's simple. It's not identity, man, it's real. What's the largest group in the UK? What's the largest group of people who are homeless youth? Trans people. Why? Is it because of how they identify? No, it's because of how society treats them. It's structural. They lose access to their families and they lose access to fucking social care because of discrimination. Discrimination is not vibes. Discrimination is the fucking society that we live in. It kills people. It ostracizes them. It removes them from fucking medicine and understandings of the world around them. It limits their access to safe housing. It has very fucking real effects. So it's not how you identify, you fucking libbed up fucking chuddy piece of shit. And unfortunately, this person just doesn't know exactly how to answer it. But folks, if you encounter it in the world or elsewhere, shoot down people who do this fucking libbed up bollocks. Yeah. But I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this is me though. This is me all the time with whammons. Hold on, folks. Someone do the flex thingy. The man who invented eugenics. Yeah. Sus white man 101. Hold on. Someone do channel points for the flex thing. Me with all women like this guy. Hold on. Well, you didn't ask for it, but I'm giving it to you anyway. Thank you, Riley. Okay, it's been asked for. There, look, me. Hi, whammons. Me mullet. Me stonk. Come for date with me? Me very like consent culture. Still single, but here's to hoping, hey? This energy will work at some point. Hello, whammons. Stonk. Stonk like, but this is him doing it right, doing it wrong.
True Marxism, like which we haven't had, or just socialism.
Welcome in,
wouldn't
Luna. Lovely to have
these,
you.
like, hierarchical structures, like everyone's equal, and it kind of eliminates the pressure of like, I don't know, me having like, say for example, I work 40 hours a week on like less than London living wage, compared to someone who's like a banker, who's more like, I don't know, in the top tax bracket. They're gonna have a better life than I do, but how have they got there? And I guess.
And
that's
if they
the
get
difference
if
of,
they
like,
get an
how do they get
addiction,
there?
they can fight it easier.
it just depends on the person, but normally.
Oh my god, you dumb cunt! They got there because they fucking know people. They got there because they know people, not because they're good. Don't be ridiculous.
Normally who you know. It's like, how do you get to that point of networking? You already know people.
So is the solution to that equality of opportunity, or is it to rip down the entire system?
Ideally, rip down the entire system, but I think while we live in a capitalist state, I think
Yep.
you have to look at the government and like what they're doing with their money. Are
Yep.
they paying for their own lunches, or
Agree.
are they actually putting it into like
They can't gain
funding
addiction without
people with
resorting
proper
to.
rehab
Yeah, exactly. And it's
facilities,
not.
giving them,
They
like,
won't be
funding
ostracized,
AA
Alex.
communities, like educating people on resources, educating people on drug use and alcohol use, like stuff like that.
If people were educated on these, well, first of all, do you think that is there a disincentive in capitalism to educate people on about the dangers of tobacco or drugs, etc.?
I think it keeps the people who struggle with it down at the bottom.
So there's a disincentive to get people off of drugs.
Yeah, I mean, who wants to be sober in a capitalist society? Like, I mean, I'm sober, but like, I don't think it's a nice environment to be in.
Would you rather be in a communist environment?
I mean, yeah, ideally. Like true communism, not like we haven't had actual true communism, but yeah, I mean, socialism, definitely. We're at Goldsmiths.
Oh, like where in the world would that be? Like, what's an example of that?
There isn't one. We haven't had it yet.
Well, because I was going to ask if people were more or less likely to be addicted in those countries. I mean, during the Soviet Union, wasn't the rates of alcoholism over extraordinarily high?
Technically, it wasn't actually communism, which I know is a debate, but like it's not. That's like authoritarianism and fascism. That's not communism. Communism's for the people. It's not for the person. So that's very right wing.
Okay. Okay. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, folks. You can argue in chat about that if you want. I just don't care about how people feel about the USSR. Something that is interesting though is China. China has a pretty big no tolerance policy on drugs. What I always want people to look at is China. The opiate wars in China were a part of British control. The Brits used drugs to control people in China, so they have a very specific relationship with substances that we should be respectful of. But addiction is my understanding is addiction is much less of a thing in China because of their zero tolerance policy, which some people will say is too strong, but I am telling you, I think it makes sense because opiates literally destroyed people in China. It was a part of imperial control, so we should understand that they come from a very different paradigm. And I kind of respect that. I respect them having a zero-sum approach to drugs, even though I am pro-drugs. What I would say is that I've read their rehab treatment facilities, and it doesn't seem like their rehab for people who have addiction are very successful or very... There is movements to try and reform them and to make them more evidence-based, but they seem to be a little bit punitive as opposed to holistic. And I hope that changes so that the small percentage of people who are addicted to substances, because there's still drugs, obviously, and there's still the need to take drugs. It's a more equal society, but it still has problems. But I hope that changes. My problem with the China drug policies is oh yeah, of course, no. We have a different relationship here. I'm asking people to consider, to basically do a little Marxism and to be like, communities and cultures and their relationships with things come from their history and their relationship prior. And we don't have a history of opium being used to destroy the UK by a colonizer. We were the colonizers, right? So we should understand that our experiences of drugs are different.
And I mean, yeah, you're going to have people who are always naturally inclined to be high or something. But I think, I don't know, I don't think it's, I guess this argument for me is at least we live in a capitalist state. We have to kind of just deal with the situation we're in. So what can the capitalist state do?
Do you think people who are more let's see. Do you think people who are more prone to be sober or not have addiction issues are more likely to want capitalist systems?
What?
You can
What? No, I'm a year sober, and no, I'm a year sober, and hold on, let me bring up the meme that Vez dropped the other day. Vez gets it. Like, no, so I'm a year sober. Oh, what? Fucking Imgur. Hold on. One sec. I can do it a different way, don't worry. Hold on, folks. Hold on, folks. This. Yeah, I'm completely sober and I want capitalism gone. Yeah. With the dude, rather we would dose the. I don't know. I think he's clearly capitalism good. SSRIs are good because they help people and they get them back into work, and that's all that matters.
frame it the opposite if you want.
I guess no. I mean, a lot of people who struggle with addiction are probably going to be in a minority group. So probably not, no.
And do you think a lot of people who struggle with addiction are more likely to be Marxists or communists?
Unsure.
What are you on about,
I mean,
mate? What the
Do
fuck
you
are
think
you
a
on about,
white
mate? What the
hetero
fuck are
male
you
who
on
suffered
about?
with addiction is more or less likely to be a communist than a white hetero male who does not suffer from addiction?
I guess it's situational. Depends.
That's such
Like,
a
I don't know, I
dumb
think
question.
they probably, besides their addiction fucking up their life, they're probably okay. It depends
Yeah.
on like their social background, like their class background. I don't know if they were like
And their
upper
access to
class, then they
education around
might
class consciousness.
still be able to like move forward from it in the future. Whereas like if it's to do with race, potentially not. Like realistically, no.
Okay, what's the key here? What's the key? What's the key? Yeah. Hey, Anglo, welcome in, mate. What's the key? Rich people have access to resources to deal with addiction because of capitalism. They gatekeep the access to resources for people who are poor, the workers. There. That's it. Their wealth gatekeeps rehab, community care, social solidarity for poor folk. This guy is a bellend. I want to be like Boo, but I don't.
So if the government took
I
responsibility
can't afford
for
rehab.
everyone's
Yeah.
addictions, what would that
He's trying to
look
say
like?
something
if
like,
you waved a wand and you said the government
is he trying to say someone thriving up to capitalism is more likely to support it? But then, I don't know what he's trying to get at, Vez. I'm not going to lie. But I think he's trying to do the thing to be like, social justice warriors don't care about white men who are addicts, whereas clearly we do. It's just saying that, like, this is such a dumb, divisive take. Clearly, a hetero white man who's addicted to substances, that's still a class issue. It's just that we're expanding it to say that class intersects with, when we look at the most vulnerable people in society, we look at the most disparate effects and the most damaging effects of capitalism. Because people are on the margins, it allows us to experience the brutality of the system. He's trying to be like, don't you care about the white man? And I'm like, yeah, if they're poor and they ain't got no fucking beans, then they can't look after themselves. But he's basically trying to identify politics to make it about the white men's.
takes responsibility for everyone's
But I'm
addiction,
struggling with
what
addiction.
kind of world would we have?
Oh, is that solidarity
A
to you,
nicer one.
love?
Well,
Hello
what would it
to
look like
Age for. I'm
practically?
so
Would there be,
sorry,
like,
Kat. Welcome in, love.
AA place over there and another. I mean, what would it? Would there be constant messages on the news?
Always about
the telly,
white
as
men.
you people say in the
Yeah.
island here, about addiction? What would it look like?
I mean, you'd probably have funding for
Not
AA
rich drug
groups
addict,
and
you
more
li-
of
yeah,
them. You'd probably
exactly,
have, like,
trans
free
sports
rehab
girl.
with like well-paid staff that are actually going to treat the people for why they're in there for addiction, and not as like, I don't know, you normally suffer from addiction because of something, not because of necessarily that.
Lots of love to use it.
I don't know. I think it's just, if you're living in poverty, you're gonna you're at a higher risk of like being an addict.
Yep.
The same way that if you're
Trans
queer,
folks.
you're gonna be at a high risk of being an addict because of the social situation that you're in.
Is that the same in other countries like India? If you live in poverty in India, are you more likely to be an addict?
I'm not sure. I guess it's West based from where I'm coming at. That's what I've like researched. But like,
So is it the perception of
I hate this man. I bet you don't fucking know what happens in India either. Good answer. Answer of someone that knows the limitation of their research. I don't know, I've not studied it. And he's going to say something dumb, innit?
disparity that causes addiction in the people in the lower economic rung?
Same with Coke,
I guess
the
it's just one
hospitality industry. Yeah,
example.
definitely.
Like poverty is just like a main example of people who are addicts.
Yeah.
And
Come
if
on,
they
white
work
man. Tell me about
for-
India.
So are you saying that the poverty causes addiction?
Essentially, yeah. I mean, yeah, but that's because of the government.
Make that link for me.
Because the government doesn't fund areas like Lewisham, so then they don't have the support. They have lack of healthcare. They have lack of education. Like the
And
education.
so why don't the people vote in? Yeah, how are we doing, Reed? What are you thinking about as this conversation goes on? What's in your mind?
Queen, asshole.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking. Let's have a brief music interlude, and then we have an option, folks. This is a trans musician as well that everyone should love, K Tempest. We can either look at Gabor Maté, looking at childhood trauma leads to addiction, or capitalism hits home, addiction, suicide, and psych drugs. Life is painful in today's USA. These will both come with trigger warnings, or we can look at the secret history of drugs and capitalism. So, second thought, addiction and suicide, trauma. What do you folks want?
If you saw the younger you, what would you say to them? I would say thanks, I would say peace. I tell them soon, child, you were gonna find release.
Long time coming to right now, pipe down, lifetime looking for things I thought I'd found already. Falling to the floor like I'm alright, I'm steady. Send myself back so I can tell me. 20 years deep in the rhymes and beats, and I'm still so far from finding peace. Every line is a ladder I can climb through time, and I walk straight face through these winding streets. I eat the bread of rhythm, I drink the milk of rhyme. I've been carrying a bag of shame that's bigger than me, dragging it behind me, up and in the staircase until the day I realize this doesn't mean what I think it does. I don't need to carry this forever. I left it in the clearing by the fire pit and ran back to the child I was, looking for an elder. I saw myself there, I took myself by the hand.
When I was young, I sought help from my older self.
I came into my head, I told me know yourself. When I was young, I sought help from my older self. I came into my head, I told me know yourself. I was 17, heaven seemed close enough to touch. I had never been happier. Just
Right, there you
against
go.
the barrier.
Voting. Voting's up. There's a poll up. There's a poll up. Vote for the video you want.
Capture a room in 2 phrases. 20 years deep in the
Thanks,
rhymes and
Cap.
beats. Close my eyes and speak down the wires of time. I go back to the child I was when I put myself on the line.
Such a
I had to
beautiful
go for the
video, this.
mic. I had to deal with the ignorance. I had to get better. I wanted bigger things. Well, these days, those days, they are far away. Try and catch them in my sights, but they start to fade. Now I sit amongst crate loads of rhyme books, and I think about the days that the time took. I thank the little me that put the work in. Like, could you picture me when you were
Second thought.
surfing the top deck, penning them bars. Underage in the clubs, taking charge of the mic. Precocious little nothing with the world in your sights. I am on it now, I will work harder. This is peace to the kid I came after.
Peace to the kid I came after.
The words are the bridge between the present and the past. I know myself.
I'm glad you've got support, Zep.
I came into my head. I
Oh, god damn it! Guys! Do a better democracy.
Soon child, you were gonna find release.
Oh, for God's sake, Tom. Ugh. I love this track. More pressure, more release,
More relief,
more belief.
more distance, more reach. The truth is,
I don't know.
it's so deep. I know nothing. I used to think things were so clear. I was so
Hell
near to
yeah,
my will.
trans
I could
rights
feel
now.
everything in me
Oh,
pushing
God
to
damn it,
certain
guys.
glimpses. Rock solid ground beneath me now tells me there's
Everyone
no
vote,
ground
vote,
at
vote,
all.
vote, vote, vote,
More
vote.
pressure, more release. Your eyes, your cheeks, your features crease. More desire, less deceit, less complex, more complete. Less push, more flow, please.
Let me let go.
Get it all out of you, let it
Let it
surprise
surprise
you. I was in a party, face mostly eyeballs. Chin deep in a bag of white lies, saying I'm sick and tired of my own advice. I see it now, so
So perfect.
perfect, but so hard to put into practice. One step forward,
Yeah,
two
three-way
steps backwards.
tie.
One soul's epiphanies,
Fuck,
another soul's
auto mod.
madness. I saw the truth in the curls of
Come
the
on,
African
guys.
girl. Hands
Anyone
like
who's
complex
sleeping or
diamonds.
lurking, we need a
Eyes
vote.
like deep sea dive. She said, stop worrying, man. Stop
God damn it.
worrying. Calmer, clearer,
Democracy's
closer,
bullshit.
nearer, more grounded, more rooted,
I don't know, trans
less
folks.
convoluted, more stillness, more movement, more existence, less improvement.
Vote,
more
vote.
decisions,
We need a
less
vote. One more
solutions,
vote.
less inhibition,
Someone.
less confusion, more intuition, more connection, more nature, more protection, more abundance, more reflection, less instruction,
More comprehension.
more pressure,
More release, more relief,
belief,
more
more
belief.
belief.
Oh, fuck you
More
all.
distance, more
Fuck
reach.
you
The truth
all.
is, I don't know, it's so deep. More pressure, more release, more relief, more belief.
Fuck you all.
Let's push, more flow, please.
Please let me let go. Well, we'll do all of them, basically, you motherfuckers. Hey, yeah, you all were gonna fucking tie it up anyway, weren't you, you pricks? Yeah, our stream, let's fucking go! A beautiful track. More pressure, more release, more relief, more belief. Yeah, good job everyone, you pricks.
I don't know, it's so deep. More pressure, more release,
More relief, more belief.
Let's push, more flow, please.
Let me let go. Bum, bum, bum. Absolute banger of a musician. Really beautiful to see Kay do so much better as well. I was trying to okay, what would you vote for then? Not too much pressure, but it is on you. What would you vote for? Jesus, that was loud. Nice. Get on it, trans girl. Trans fox girl. King! Which video do you want? The third video? Oh, I can't fucking... Which one was that? Addiction and suicide? This one? Ding. Okay, right, folks, I think it goes without saying. This is going to have a pretty big trigger warning. I'll put on some relaxing tunes in the background. We'll have some cozy... I'll tell you what I'll do. To try and make it as enabling an environment, I'm going to just boot something up. Zelda and chill. Fuck off. Right, we got some nice crackling fire there. Got on some Zelda and chill. Sorry. Okay. Right. This comes with a pretty big trigger warning, guys. I've not seen it or heard it, but these guys are generally pretty good. They approach things from a very holistic perspective. It is a doctor who is like a psychoanalyst, but it's really deeply rooted in anti-capitalist Marxist sentiment. So it should be good.
Hello, this is Dr. Harriet Fraud, bringing you the podcast Capitalism Hits Home, a podcast about the intersection of our emotional lives with our economic and political lives in the USA today. I am giving this podcast today on addiction, suicide, and psych drugs, which are all interrelated and are all
Actually
epidemics.
distracting.
You may notice
So let's just
that I am wearing my
leave it.
sunglasses. I'm wearing my sunglasses because I recently had an eye operation and the light bothers my eyes and we need the light for the podcast. So that's why. So first, addiction. Addiction has grown wildly in the last years in the United States. The addiction rate has gone up almost 256%. It's 255.75%. More people are addicted than were in the past 5 years. The biggest addictor now is synthetic opioids. Those are opioid drugs like OxyContin, a huge contributor, which are not made from natural substances, but are all made from artificial ingredients.
There's
The
nothing
rate
wrong
of
with that, though.
overdose deaths in the United States has gone up 500.
As in, there's sorry, To be clear, so you're not misinterpreting. There is nothing wrong with something being synthetic. Obviously, these drugs can be very damaging.
It started growing when OxyContin most aggressively marketed.
Yeah, it's a part
Their
of
drug,
my
Purdue
autoimmune
Pharma,
disease is struggling with light
aggressively
as well.
marketed OxyContin. Men have the majority of overdose deaths. There are 136 overdose deaths in the United States, and it's mostly men who overdose. Men are even more in trouble in the United States than women are, although both men and women are in trouble. The reason for this wild increase in opioid addiction and drug addiction, but particularly artificial opioid production, is that OxyContin was introduced by Purdue Pharma. They claimed that their drug and their painkiller lasted for 12 hours, whereas all the other available ones only lasted for 8. They skewed the studies so that it looked like they actually did last for 12 hours, but after 8 hours, most people are desperate for more. The CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, don't have any control over advertising and marketing of a drug. They don't demand that the makers of a drug present generic alternatives, less expensive alternatives, or present the risks, like the risk of becoming addicted, which in the case of OxyContin is huge. So the pharmaceutical companies were enormously responsible. And I should mention that big pharma in the United States is a very profitable sector, and most pharmaceutical companies are located in the United States, and the US is the only nation in the whole world Oh no, there's one other nation in the world that allows direct to consumer advertising.
Israel?
And naturally, the CDC, which might tell you, the Centers for Disease Control,
That's my guess.
that might tell you the truth about these drugs, doesn't have the advertising budget that Big Pharma does, which is why they get away with their claims that are carefully edited to avoid the downsides, the risks. the
Oh,
side
I see.
effects. And the CDC, and certainly not Big Pharma, when they count the efficiency of a drug, they count the cost to the pharmaceutical company and their costs of advertising and marketing, which are about 5 times the cost of development, according to the literature. They don't count the social cost, the cost of getting people desperate and addicted. For example, the social cost that the OxyContin capsule, which is supposed to last 12 hours but lasts 8, can be taken apart and
Ah, New
snorted
Zealand.
with
Hello,
an
Will.
immediate, powerful high.
That's a very good
that
point that
addicts
she
will
says,
achieve.
actually.
It's also
I read New Zealand. Okay, thanks. Thanks, guys. I read a lot of scientific literature around drugs because I'm constantly trying to find medicine to treat my autoimmune condition. There's a very specific area that needs to be tackled with my disease, and it's plasma cells, short and long plasmablasts, short and long-lived plasma cells. For anyone who's interested in biology, the main antibody-producing cells. Curie's Fool, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow, folks. But they're right, actually. It's not often that drug manufacturers will calculate social costs. It's not kind of a part of the scientific paradigm, even though it is a part of the human experience on drugs. So she raises a really good point here.
culprit here, because really we have to remember capitalism is a system. It's a system where everything works together. So the drug companies, Big Pharma, and mental health pills are one of their most profitable sectors. They work together with drugstores, with pharmacies.
Jozo, yes. Sorry if it's a bit quiet, folks. Hopefully.
And the evidence of that is the huge settlements
Hopefully that's
that
loud enough.
CVS, Walgreens, and Rite Aid, the big 3 pharmaceutical chains, have had to pay because of the damage of OxyContin. They are all required by law to report excess prescriptions. But they didn't. They made more money that way. For example, in one case, 12 million OxyContin pills were shipped to a town pharmacy, a town where there were 500 inhabitants. 12 million pills for 500 inhabitants. But that was not reported. CVS and Walgreens both agreed to pay damages of $10 billion. And of course, they still made a profit because they didn't follow the law and report excess prescriptions. Rite Aid, which had fewer excess prescriptions, but of course still in excess, had to pay $3 billion to the government to make up for what they did to disobey the law. But all those pharmacies came out ahead. And Purdue Pharma, which marketed OxyContin so strenuously, came out way ahead. The other party here, which worked together with Big Pharma, and particularly the Purdue company, were doctors, psychiatrists, and medical doctors, because this is how it works. Doctors, primarily psychiatrists here, but also regular medical doctors, get paid a minimum of 30 grand extra a year to tout the wonders of a drug. In this case that we're talking about, OxyContin. The way it works is you get a minimum of 30 grand, and periodically, I think it's every quarter, but it's every few months, you bring different colleagues, maybe 5 or 6 colleagues together to your office, serve them wine and cheese, which is paid for by the pharmaceutical company, Purdue Pharma in this case, and you give a little talk about the wonders of a drug like OxyContin. You don't mention the risks or the side effects or the social costs of mass addiction, but you mention the wonders of a drug that is such an effective painkiller and why you recommend it to your colleagues. These payments start out at 30 grand, but they go way up. For example, Dr. Biederman, who was the head of Harvard's child psychiatry division, got a whole new wing given to him.
Definitely less of a thing in the
Prescribing
UK.
another drug, Zyprexa, as safe when it wasn't, as safe for children who are having behavioral problems. Well, Zyprexa.
Drugs are substantially more regulated. In fact, I'll give a little side story before you get back in. That's a good example of the NHS working well, which is something we need to fucking fight for in the UK, guys. They're going to take it away from us, we know. Because they're making it unworkable by design so that they can present people with the French option. Which, honestly, I don't want to be too much of a drama queen, but the day that the NHS moves to a insurance system is the day that it's over for me in the UK. That's it. I get quite emotional thinking about it, but socialists who fought and died fighting against Nazis in World War II are the reason why we have the NHS. Me and Dr. Yasman also stayed up for like 2 hours speaking the other day after our stream, and we basically actually worked out that we did agree. And we don't actually disagree, we're just using words. Basically, Australians use the words Medicaid, and I didn't know that. And he didn't really know the history of the NHS. Anyway, so unfortunately we agree, and we continue to not disagree on anything. Anyway, when I was in Bosnia, I gained an addiction to diazepam. Basically, I had travelled with my partner, and we were travelling all over Europe in a van, rock climbing, and in Fontainebleau in France, I fell off a rock and tore a muscle in my shoulder and back that pulled a lot of stress on a nerve called the brachial plexus. I went to the doctors, they bandaged me up for a little bit, and they gave me diazepam as pain relief. Because we actually drove to Slovenia, and then I got it checked out in Slovenia. That's really bad. I shouldn't have done that. Should have just rested. And it masked the pain, so I actually continued to do things. I then was like, oh, this diazepam shit feels real nice. Feels really good. Oh, this feels nice, because I'm an anxious little being, and I'm like, hey, yeah, baby. And you can buy diazepam over the counter. I bought a lot. I became addicted. I then got really scared, because my partner was a bit like, you're taking a lot of these drugs, and you know when you're like, you have a little bit of a snapback to reality. I was like, uh-oh. Okay. I came back. I went to my GP, and I was really honest. I told her exactly what happened. And then my GP gave me a step-by-step weekly taper. And I safely and almost painlessly, I only had I had minimal side effects, withdrawal effects, came off diazepam, and I've never used it since. And that's because I had a good doctor who... so these drugs are very regulated in the UK. I went in and I was honest, and she was like, if you don't do it the way that I say, I will never support you again with this, and you won't be able to get support in the NHS. So they were very upfront. You do it this way, you come to me, I give you help. You get medicine from the doctor. I got them prescribed diazepam, and I got it smaller doses, and it was hard, but I did it. And I had support. My partner was also like, I'm glad you're getting better, you know? And I sort of joked about it at the time and downplayed it, but I feel like I really dodged a bullet there. I was genuinely addicted to diazepam. I was off my tits all the time, and I was popping pills because it felt so nice. It was so easy to get and cheap. Bosnia. That's an example of it working well, and the reason why is those doctors are monitored for how much drugs they give us under that category and why. They have to explain to like a regional manager why they've given this drug. So that doctor would have gone to the regional manager and said, this patient came to me and she's addicted and she wants to come off, so I'm giving her a taper. And then the manager would probably said, okay, good, and then checked in later and said, did this patient taper safely? And the answer is yes. If it's no, it would become more complex there. But the answer is not give them more drugs. The answer, because we don't have that profit-seeking motive to the same extent in the UK. Sadly, it is being introduced. Yeah, and you're not the only person who will love morphine. Pain relief is something... People don't seek pain relief because they're a bad person. They seek pain relief because they're in pain.
Its effect was only to make the children obese and diabetic and to do nothing for their behavioral problems. However, it did net for Dr. Biederman a whole new wing for his research, as well as $3 million extra. So the social costs were huge of all these children's lives, which were ruined. But Dr. Biederman got a lot of money and additional prestige, and so did Harvard University, who didn't look twice. Doctors also write articles, which are basically rewritten versions of articles that pharmaceutical companies like Purdue Pharma write, and doctors who are prestigious and have a name that will be heard write their names on those articles and get them published. Another way that Purdue Pharma works is more indirect. They show themselves as medical philanthropists, so they are not suspect. They gave money
I'm sorry
to
to
medical
hear that,
schools
love.
for fellowships.
That sounds challenging,
research.
particularly after
They
being very active.
Also gave money to all sorts of non-medical facilities to look like wonderful social philanthropists and cover the cost of mass addiction, which they boosted so strongly. They gave so much money that a Sackler family that owns Purdue Pharma, a Sackler family representative, was on the board of the Museum of Natural History. The Guggenheim had a Sackler, an art museum, had a Sackler wing, which the name Sackler wasn't removed until groups of artists had a die-in where they lay on the floor pretending to be dead from OxyContin while they publicized the fact that the Sackler wing was a wing gotten with the deaths of 136 people a day and over
Jesus.
106,000 addicted Americans. They even gave money in France to the Louvre, the art museum most Americans visit, so that they could see the Sackler wing. And therefore the Sackler family did not look suspect for their indirect murders of, and at least I should say to be accurate, their participation in the murders of over 106,000 Americans of overdoses. So they worked together, the drug company, with the doctors, with American museums and medical institutions that wanted donors and didn't question them. And for places like Harvard, who didn't ask questions about where the money came from and why Johnson & Johnson gave so much money to Dr. Biederman after prescribing, well, not prescribing directly, but saying that Zyprexa was safe for children when it wasn't. They all work together. And that is the ugly head of capitalism that doesn't show
Fuck them, fuck
the social cost,
capitalists.
the risk. When the CDC approves of a drug, it doesn't have the budget to show the side effects, the social costs, the warnings, the generic equivalents, the dangers. But drug companies are allowed to do that. When a drug is approved, they don't have to, the CDC does not require that they show the generic equivalents, the risks, the social costs, none of it. And they have huge marketing to get their point across, whereas the CDC does not. In one example, the Centers for Mental Health, the Mental Health Institutes of the United States, have said that psych drugs are not the best way to heal. They don't heal. They mitigate the effects, and that people should look
Yes,
into the etiology,
Queen.
the origin of their problems to get over them, and that they can do
I understand
that
this.
with
This
psychotherapy.
is my life now.
However, they don't have the
I'm
budget,
sorry, love.
the advertising budget to have their drugs pushed all over the place. in doctors' offices, on television, on the internet, so that message is not received. In addition to addiction, suicides are way up. More than 49,000 people, American
Yeah, I
people,
do. I do.
killed
Trans
themselves last year
Foxgirl, I know it very well.
because
I can't
they
live a
wanted to
life
end the
without
pain.
autoimmunity, so I just need to accept it.
Now, men were 3 times more likely to die than women. Women make more.
I think this is potentially because men are socialized to not ask for support and help, so they try and take addiction on their own shoulders, which they can't because addiction's really complex, and you often need a lot of support. That's my assumption. I could be wrong. There could be other reasons.
Or females, young girls and women, make more than 3 times as many suicide attempts as males do. But males die 3 times faster. Now,
Survive for spite and
why
rage.
would that happen? Well, it happens because guns are marketed to males.
Oh, wow. Good point. Yeah.
The NRA sells an ex-girlfriend target
What the
where you can
fuck?
shoot at her until she turns into a bloody, disintegrated mass. They don't equivalently sell, because it wouldn't pay, an ex-boyfriend target, which obliterates and bloodies.
Jesus fucking Christ. Holy fucking shit. That's disgusting. Oh my god, every woman needs to arm herself in America and defend herself. Like, fucking hell, mate. Yeah, that's yeah. Yo, that's really fucked up.
Your ex-boyfriend.
God
Also, if you decide to
damn.
kill yourself and you shoot yourself in the head with a gun, there's no return. You're dead. Whereas if you take pills, which are the most common way females try to commit suicide, you can decide after you've taken a bunch of pills you didn't really want to.
So, I think that this is a perfect emblem of when we discuss the patriarchy's effect on women and men. We know that men are subjected to the patriarchy. How did she just explain this? When they suffer, they have access to medication at the same rate, right? Maybe even more than women. And they also have access to guns. And they clearly deeply have access to a society that allows them and produces this feeling that they need to enact violence on the people around them. That fucking, like, whoever is making an ex-girlfriend target practice, you are fucking sociopathic. You are a danger to society. That's terrifying. You wonder why fucking women are like, I am afraid of men? That's preposterous. But men's access to guns, men's marketing to guns, and men's coding as inherently more violent creatures because of capitalism and the patriarchy means that they complete suicide more likely. She's explaining it quite well as well. But because they're more violent, I would say, let's not say men are inherently more violent. Let's say men are socialized to believe that they're more violent, and therefore they become more violent. So just expanding on that thought, but yeah. I don't know if it's the same. We don't have guns, so that's what's different.
And you can call
Something
for
I've been
help.
discussing with my son
Get
in a
your
way
stomach
that
pumped.
the
And
men are
heal.
socialized to be violent, absolutely.
Or someone can discover you.
And
the
when they
empty pill-
can't shoot when they can't shoot and enact their violence on dead ex-girlfriend, where do they turn it? They turn it on themselves.
next to you and call for an emergency ambulance to pump your stomach and take you to a hospital, and you can recover.
Best of luck, trans fox girl, to the relationship that you're building with your son. I hope that it can be a rewarding anti-patriarchal relationship you can have.
So that some of the contribution to suicide is not only that life is very difficult in America, particularly for American men, but also there's no check on guns.
Yep.
Over 24 senators and over 100 congresspeople take money from the NRA, which is why there's no regulation of guns. Every other country in the Western
I
developed world
wonder
regulates guns. And most of
If she is blinded and she means predominantly white men, because my feeling, I could be wrong, my feeling is that men of color are more likely to be murdered by someone else with a gun when they're experiencing a mental health crisis. So it is guns for men, but when we look closer and intersectionally, maybe that relationship with violence is different. I don't know that. I would have to look into that. But I feel like I've seen enough videos of like cops shooting a person of color in a mental health crisis to think that that's a factor in it as well. I know that she's specifically speaking about suicide, but you know, the whole horrific like death by cop phenomena, suicide by cop phenomena. Like, I don't know. I just wonder. I wonder that dimension of it. The prevalence of guns is, oh gosh, I mean, it is a much more violent
The
society
entire
than here,
world.
that's for sure.
regulate guns. We don't. In some states, even bills that are aimed at regulating gun purchases and gun ownership from domestic abusers are defeated. That happened recently in Tennessee. And that's probably one of, well, it's actually the biggest cause of homicide for women between age 15 and 44 is death
Yep.
by ex-husbands or husbands, lovers, and boyfriends
Yeah, but not all men, I don't care.
with guns.
Be a man who's a part of the change, because
And
this
so we're
is what a
talking
lot
about-
of... I was telling my mum this, because I'm like, Mum, we were talking about like dating women, and I'm like, Mum, you know, my like straight or bisexual, my femmes who date men, they're scared, and like they text people when they're going home, and they talk to people about their boyfriends and their exes like they're a danger, because they statistically are. And like, that's something, I'm so sorry, femmes who have to experience this. That's really scary. That's really scary. I don't know what it's like to, I genuinely don't know what it's like to go on a date and think this person might kill me. That sounds fucking petrifying. My femmes who love the boys. And it doesn't matter that it's not all men, and it doesn't matter that there's some really good men out there. We know you're out there. It matters that in 10 men, there's one who could kill you. And you don't fucking know until it's too late. That's real scary. That's really fucking scary for folks. The ex-girlfriend target was a mannequin that spouted fake blood. The company... That's... the single most patriarchal American thing I've ever heard in my life. If sexuality was a choice, I don't know how many straight women there would be based on respect and safety. Yo, seriously. In fact, I was talking to my mum about this. That's the context on it, Ella. Straight up, I was like, I love women. I love being gay. In fact, it's because we were laughing because I was having the joke with my dad about like, Dad, I've got something to tell you, and he was like, you're pregnant, and we were all laughing, and I was like, no, I'm a socialist, I've joined a socialist party, and we were all like, oh no, there's a socialist in the house, and we're all being silly. But then I was like, Mum, straight up, like having a chat with Mum and Dad, and I was like, if there was a button on the table and it was like a button that made me straight, I fucking would nuke that button. I hate it. I don't want that button anywhere near me. I don't want to be straight. If it was a choice, I would choose being queer. And that's how we got onto the conversation. And I was like, Mum, my mates who date blokes who are women sometimes are afraid of them. And she was like, really? And like, my dad's a good egg. You know, my dad has his problems, but he's not been a violent man predominantly. He's never ever turned a finger against my mum, ever. My mum would fucking leave his ass in a second if he did. There's been other problems, but he's not anything like that at all. Welcome in, Ewok. But yeah, I have a friend who was beaten to death by her partner. This happens to women. This is scary and it happens to women. And like then men's will be like, not all men. We know. We fucking know. You go for a drink with a mate, with a boy, with a man's that you've met on Tinder or through a friend. How the fuck do you know that it's a good boy? You don't. And before you know it, you're in a situation that you can't have control of and you might get really hurt. I can relate with not trusting men but being attracted to them regardless. Yeah, that's it. What is it like as a queer man?
Epidemic of suicide that is given a boost by the very profitable drug
It's for queer people of genders who date men. What's your experience like, if you don't mind sharing?
manufacturers who bribe our congresspeople and our senators with big campaign contributions. And of course, one can't run on a campaign.
My father
with
was
money.
incredibly
Even
abusive. I'm
countries
sorry,
like
love.
France, which is a capitalist country.
All men
there's
have
no
seen male
paid-
violence.
There's no payment
Yes,
allowed
I
in
completely
elections.
agree.
You have 3 weeks to run.
Scooter.
Everyone gets the same amount of TV or radio time when all the candidates stand up, and there's about 8 or 9 candidates because they have a lot of different parties, a lot of choices between
Okay,
capital.
I'm going to leave it here because I think that she's made her point. And I think she's made it well. I kind of want to go to the secret history of drugs and capitalism now. Too loud. My new boyfriend seems alright. I've known him for a decade though, and he's always been a soft boy. Folks, men. I love masculinity. I love positive masculinity. What do I mean by that? I like lifting weights. I like certain concepts of leading and empowering other people that is an affirming form of leadership. Kelp was talking about this on his stream the other day. I think it's really important for us. I'm gonna fucking cry when I talk about this. There is a positive masculinity out there. Most of the men you know in your life care so passionately about the people that they love and haven't been presented with a world where they're able to communicate it. I will speak about my father. Folks, my life fell apart. I ended up in hospital with an autoimmune disease. We didn't even know it was an autoimmune disease. And my dad picked me up from hospital like I was a baby in his arms and offered me nothing but support. We argue, we bicker, we're still normal people. You know, love is hard, relationships are challenging. He is a man who cares very deeply and loves very deeply for the people around him. And I see him struggle to communicate. And I see him resort to being very aggressive when he's under stress. And I now am just like, stop. I'm not going to talk to you when you're like this. Like, this isn't you. Like, I'm not going to listen to you when you're being angry instead of when you're being sad and crying. And we've had shouted matches around this. And it's very challenging to navigate this together. But there are many men who are trying. And there are many men out there who are like, yeah, trying to be a part of the change, but it's difficult. My dad abandoned me when I was 8 and I've never seen him since. He just disappeared. Fucking hell. I'm sorry, that's painful. I'm unlikely to enter into another relationship with a man. It is important for me that they have emotional intelligence that's not weaponized. So you're at a place where you have a very clear boundary. And if a man is able to provide that for you, then maybe you can have a nice time with him. And if he can't, then you just don't want that shit in your life, right? That's completely fair. I've been with a dude or two over the years, but I've never dated a dude. Fair. Explore that bi side. My new boyfriend seems soft boy. Sorry, I just wanted to do a little shout out to the soft boys. Because soft boy is seen as unmasculine, and I disagree. Soft boy can be a very loving kind of masculinity. Soft boy is non-aggressive, like non-violent masculinity. And we've just been talking about how violent masculinity kills women and kills men. It is such a fucking harm to the world. And all these bullshit grifters who want to talk about, gender stuff don't care about people's well-being. They don't. What they care about is controlling people on the basis of gender instead of allowing people to safely explore their gender and to understand themselves. I see it as very masculine. Yeah, I think you understand what I mean. My soft boy's a real man. Oh, I love that. Okay. It's a beautiful video as well, by the way. I think it's important that young men have good role models, but that's not required to be a relative, which is why community is important. My biological dad was trash, but I have plenty of friends that have supported fathers and that have also raised me, and my stepdad is lovely. You've spoken about your stepdad on stream before, I think, and that's nice to hear. Softness. Oh, softness in masculinity is a sign of a safe and kind person. Yeah. And look, guys, if you're a man and you feel confused about the messaging around masculinity and you're like, wait, I don't trust this dog. Trust me, I do feel like I understand that we live in a world that gives a very particular message to how you should be as a man. And that's confusing because you want to do that, and there's some goodness in that idea of men. But you have to trust us when we say it can come across as toxic and it can manifest as toxic. So there is part of it that is a lie to trap you. It's to trap you in your idea of manhood. And I think feminism and queerness can help set you fucking free. Right. Whilst I love Ezra Collective, let's move on to The Secret History of Drugs and Capitalism by Second Thought.
This episode is made possible by the
So
generous
quiet,
support
hold
of
on.
my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support this channel, join our Discord server, and get early access to every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought. I've heard from some of you that my videos don't have great replayability value, so I've decided
Fully
that
agree,
in an effort to
strange
get you to come
animated
back
dog.
and rewatch this video, I'm gonna read a random sequence of numbers you're definitely going to forget and will therefore need to come back to at a later date. Pretty clever, huh? They don't call me Mr. YouTube for nothing. I'm the only one actually innovating on this dying platform. Anyway, here we go with the unforgettable, forgettable content. 54, 609, 324, 8, 420,
Second Thought.
and another 420, and another. Wait a minute.
Drugs.
How's it going? In this episode, we're talking about drug legalization and decriminalization. It's a massive topic, one that could easily snowball into a stupidly long video essay, like, I don't know, over 15 minutes long
I mean, it's 10:20, so it's 4:20 somewhere.
or something. Ah, dang it. This can't keep happening. Anyway, we're talking about drugs and drug legalization. Here in the business, we call these kinds of videos gimmies. They're easy to make, convincing, and they usually all go like this. 1. We should decriminalize drugs. 2. Look at how bad the war on drugs is. It's expensive, it's ineffective, racist, violent, etc. 3. Look at Portugal or some other country where decriminalization and legalization works really well. And 4. There is no fourth step. It really is that easy. Legalizing and decriminalizing drugs is a gimme. Drugs can have very serious side effects.
Yeah, it's
Every
3
drug
years
does to
old.
some
Yeah,
extent,
yeah,
including the
he's upped his game, yo.
already legal ones. But numerous studies, real-world policy choices, and just being a little compassionate and understanding that being addicted to something shouldn't be treated like going on a murderous rampage and punished with decades of imprisonment, all demonstrate that the legalization of comparatively safe drugs like marijuana, the decriminalization of every other drug, yes, literally every other drug, and harm reduction policies like needle disposal stations, supervised injection sites, and voluntary treatment are good things when it comes to reducing the impact drugs have on our societies and our fellow humans. We can, with relatively high confidence, conclude that this public health and harm reduction approach leads to fewer people having a harmful relationship with drug usage, a drop in mortality rates due to drug use, lower rates of HIV and AIDS transmission, less incarceration, which we could definitely use in this country, undermining criminal networks with an involvement in the drug trade, destigmatizing drug users, and for a lot of addicts or simple recreational users, consumption is just less stressful, more enjoyable, and safer, which also has to count for something. A lot of good comes from treating drug usage as a public health issue and not a criminal issue, including the goals advocates of the war on drugs say they themselves have. For example, getting drugs out of kids' hands and helping those kids have a more stable future. If in some places the recreational use of cannabis goes up in the general population, it usually only does a little. Harmful use goes down. On the other side of things, the war on drugs has made drugs themselves worse. Potency goes up when you're pushing drugs underground and into the hands of smugglers who are dealing with limited space and weight requirements, increasing the risk of overdose. And the constant competition.
I've been sober for a decade and I've spent large part of my 20s in and out of recovery spaces. What's H&I? And I've hosted H&I meetings in South Africa for a couple of years. Large societal drug issues always relate back to systemic poverty and related issues. Absolutely. Yeah, Well, I think, I mean, this conversation has actually been great. Like, I think we're all on the same page of exploring this as a social rather than
For
individualistic
cheaper drugs
level.
means the illicit sector ends up cutting quote-unquote clean drugs with harmful additives, which for obvious reasons aren't usually disclosed to the
Folks, sorry, I have to do this now. We have an ad break coming up. I will have to move to streaming for a bit of an income soon. So any subscriptions that you can come my way, this goal is going to have to increase soon. Super duper appreciated. I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. I'll find something. But I will be, from March, probably April onwards, I will be streaming more frequently.
person consuming them. Both of these trends can increase the chance of death or serious health problems with drug consumption, which is, bad. It's not always perfect, and in all fairness, some of the positive data we have is more correlational than certified causal. But drug legalization and depenalization is undeniably better than what we're currently doing by a mile. We elite YouTubers and guardians of all knowledge make these videos because in just a couple minutes, you can get a very clear idea of the benefits of legalization and decriminalization and why we should absolutely do it. Wanting a more free society, reducing the impact of drugs, and resolving the wrongs of a useless war are all good things, and make these videos and the policies they promote really attractive. Fact checkers and people who like specific percentages, sources are in the description. But I'm hoping this video can be a little different and go a bit deeper. Not just because I know that you already agree, you little drug legalizing rascal you, but because this is a super interesting political topic with a lot of depth to it. A lot more than the strict policy framework of moving something from one list to another. Let's take ourselves a little less seriously this week, relax, and just talk about the intersection of drugs and politics for a little while, covering some interesting aspects of the topic without trying too hard to make an ironclad, one-dimensional argument. This video is going to be less argumentative and more exploratory than my videos usually are, so get ready for that. Because the reality of human history is that we went from a world where drugs were just another part of life to a world where drugs became deeply embedded in our global power structures, often for the worse. How did we get there?
Anglo, by the way, we should be having the Rockstar Gaming Union on next Thursday at 5. So folks, I've got an interview. Next week's there's going to be a series of bangers next week. Wednesday, we got a stream on lesbian history with and how to rizz up a queen with No Doubt. Thursday, I'm going to be interviewing someone from the Scottish Rockstar Gaming Union. Friday, I'm then doing the lesbian history in a slightly different way with Little Bear. Because from my understanding, Little Bear doesn't want to rizz up a queen, so we're taking that out and I'm putting something else in instead. And then potentially we have Doof coming on to teach us about Roma politics as well, either this Saturday or the Saturday after, hopefully. Be finishing work? Okay, well, they can't do any other time, so, I mean, the VOD will be up, mate. Don't worry, I'll make sure the VOD's up. He's only got an hour free, so I've got like 5 questions that are pretty basic, and we're going to go over that. If you've got a question, send it my way and I'll ask it. But don't worry, the VOD will be up.
Way back. Drugs, meaning substances we introduce to our bodies for non-nutritional purposes, have existed all around the world and pop up pretty much everywhere in pretty much every era, used in religious ceremonies, for medicinal purposes, and recreationally, to the extent that these 3 things can even be clearly separated. The various drugs we still know today, like cannabinoids, opiates, cocaine, nicotine, and caffeine, all have some record of being used by humans several thousand years ago in countless places around the world, wherever the plants that produced them grow. Thanks to a ton of work by all sorts of scientists, we've got a really impressive record of different cultural uses for all sorts of drugs spanning thousands and thousands of years and miles. Even a cursory general history of which can't possibly fit into a couple minutes of a YouTube video when you consider just how many drugs there are today, how many there have been in the past, and how widespread their uses became at various points in history. At the risk of sounding like a Vice reporter with a culturally appropriated tattoo, historically speaking, human existence is drug use. Today, that statement isn't necessarily controversial, but at least a little unexpected, like still liking Hamilton. And the reason saying human lives are deeply tangled with drug use sounds weird is that the human relationship with drugs has dramatically changed in the last 1,000 or so years.
No, straight up, they're linking like forms of like development of consciousness to psilocybin use in early humans. That's not wrong. Like, we've always used drugs. We're like getting high. Addiction is a modern phenomenon because it's a societal issue.
Years. Predictably, colonialism and the industrialization of drug consumption are some of the biggest reasons for that change. Because today, highly industrialized countries like the US and the UK are countries where drug laws are some of the strictest in the world. In the US alone, somewhere between 250,000 and 500,000 people are in jail for drug offenses, which, while I'm here, research shows that higher rates of imprisonment don't reduce drug consumption. Anyway, despite their very policey
It's not about that. It's about
the
creating
history of
slaves,
these two
man.
countries
It's about
is
fucking creating slaves. That's what prisons exist for. It's never about limiting anything. It's about creating profit. And yeah, what the fuck did America do when they were in Afghanistan? They got themselves a tasty cash crop.
It's one of tremendous drug promotion everywhere around the globe. Believe the posters in your college dorm and those t-shirts at tourist shops. Uncle Sam really did want people to get blasted on the reg. The story of the British Empire and the Chinese Opium Wars is the classic example here.
Told you.
For over 100 years,
Fucking told
Britain
you.
sold opium to China,
God, how
tactically
racist is
flooding
that?
their market illegally and eventually fighting 2 wars with the country
Exactly,
to force open
Transport
trade
Girl.
relations
Exactly.
and expand the reach of
Because
Britain's
it's not
power.
for that.
In search of bigger markets, more access to goods to bring back to whatever the British equivalent of stateside is, and thanks to that classic British desire for colonial subordination, drugs at the hands of the empire proved to be an incredibly effective instrument of power. Opium was so good at helping Britain do a war that it went ahead and did it twice, getting China to concede
Literally.
by opening ports of trade all across its coast and ceding large amounts of territory like the still British not
Yeah,
that long ago.
I'm glad
Hong
he's
Kong.
linked this together.
But Britain
Exactly.
isn't the only country that gets to have fun playing drug war games. During the Cold War, the US adopted the same stance all across the world. In France and Italy, the CIA aided strikebreakers and the Italian mafia to try to suppress communist organizing, eventually bolstering these groups in their ability to dominate domestic and American heroin markets. In many different parts of Asia, opium profits were used to fund anti-communist and nationalist armies, and some of the product was kicked on over to them boys.
Mule made me cry when he said it doesn't matter what you did. Can you remind me with what that was in reference to, please, my love?
Green in that there Vietnam, so they could get a taste of that devilish smack. But these 2 examples are relatively minor footnotes in the history of drug-related interventionism by the US and the CIA. The bulk of US work still remembered today is in Latin America. Let's set the stage for a second. The US elects famed voice actor of the hit film
yeah,
The
I've
Amazing
emailed
Dr. Clitterhouse to
Venezuelan
be president
campaign
one
as
more
well.
time just to get it out of.
I left prison. Yeah, I don't care what you did to get yourself in prison. You've done time. That doesn't mean that you can't be a member of society now. Like, yeah, I don't think it really matters. Like, jail is complex. You will be able to explain things better than I, but we don't have a society where we don't believe people can change. And you seem to have come a really long way. We also have a society where we try to explain why people go into prison. And it's not always their fault. All I've ever been is that dumb 17-year-old who fucked up. I mean, we've only just met, but you don't seem to be that person anymore. You don't know sides of my life where I'm deeply ashamed of some things I've done in my past. I have spoken about it before. I think I was quite an abusive person in my love, not physically, emotionally, with someone, and I really regret that. But I don't feel like I'm that person anymore. People change, people grow. You have to be like, I did that. It's a part of me, and I deeply regret it, and I now seek to change. And you do that with all the odds stacked against you. And if you were doing it when you were 17, my love, you're a child. You were a child when that happened. I feel I've come a long way since I got sent to prison. Look, I can just see it from the outside, but it certainly seems that way to me. You know? I know these lives are hard and we have hidden struggles and guilt and shame and everything. Yeah, like Chloe says, you seem pretty cool. Maybe you have that guilt and shame hanging in you. But all I'd say is I don't want a world where you just have that guilt and shame hanging with you forever. At a certain point, you have to let go of, like, what you've done. Because we sometimes do bad things in this life. I definitely have done things that I'm very ashamed of. I won't talk about the specifics, but yeah, I had to change as a person, right? I'm lucky I got therapy to do so. Still happened. You accept it. You regret it. You apologize if you need to. You go to the people in your life, and I have, and you try and build something better. And I see that in you, at least the way you describe. So I'd say you probably should. I know you won't feel it this way, but I think it's something that you should be proud of. A lot of people get trapped in cycles of abuse and trauma and acting out that gets people in dangerous situations where they can hurt others and, you know, end up in jail, etc., etc. And getting yourself out of that spiral is really hard. I'm here with a bat of love to bat away internal shame, because you're better than that, exactly. Christmas is a tough time. Oh, yeah, Christmas can be really tough for people. I mean, we all know it's a time where a lot of people struggle. I'm going to do it won't be on Christmas Day. I do spend that with my family, and Christmas Eve. In Norway, we celebrate, I'm half Norwegian. We celebrate Christmas Eve. Like Jul on Christmas Eve. But I will be doing a like queer Christmas as a part of that fundraiser. Because I know I got a pretty queer community, and I appreciate for some folks it's not nice. And we can maybe watch some like queer Christmas films or something.
Out of their system. Unluckily for him, Reagan's not allowed to go do every single thing he wants, like arm dictators in Iran and fund right-wing militias in Nicaragua. Luckily for him, though, he can use the sneaky political trick of doing it anyway, massively increasing the scale of drug trafficking in the process and destabilizing a whole continent. All the while, of course, being the voice behind the American hit The Just Say No
Christmas
campaign,
Day,
using arms sales in
too.
Iran, illegal at the time because of an embargo, by the way. Reagan funneled funds to
Dark Shadows or
anti-communist rebel networks
Christmas.
in Nicaragua, which, surprise, surprise, made their money through the drug trade. At the same time the US was promoting the growth of illicit drugs through Contra networks, it was simultaneously promoting the industrialization of its legal production in the pharmaceutical sector. US drug companies started gaining power in Latin America and laid their claim to parts of the drug cultivation and refining economy. The US delineated
It is quite interesting that we're seeing this paradigm raise its head again when the Americans are trying to justify their imperialist war in Venezuela, where they're trying to steal another country's oil by enforcing a proxy leader who will sell it to them on them instead of a democratically elected leader. Yeah, the point being, this is a broad dynamic of what drugs mean all around the world.
What it deemed to be justified uses for drug plants like coca, and then imposed its industrial sector to profit off this regulatory permit it had practically issued itself, setting up chains of neo-colonial exploitation in the process. This double movement allowed even more
This is
US
coke,
intervention.
I think.
Back home, this was done by fear-mongering about the threat of drugs on our children, and the
We're
need
seeing
for
the same dynamic right now with opiates.
the US to stop the
Opiates, like, Trump says opiates bad, they're destroying society, and they are, and does he explain why capitalism is at fault? No. He's blaming Venezuela. Hello, D2, Detoe, Maduro bad man. Yeah, exactly. Maduro bad man, but the convicted drug trafficker and former Honduran president Juan Orlando Hernandez deserves his pardon. Exactly. There you go. The hypocrisy in 4K.
blow, quote, at the source, which really meant sending American
We
troops,
could watch
intelligence,
Godzilla
and
films. We
flexing
could
the
do
US's
that, but
economic
no.
power at whatever.
Sorry to keep pausing. I'll let this run out in a second. I think that we should watch lesbian Christmas films because I love it. And there's that one with Kristen Stewart, and it's so fucking good. And Kristen Stewart's so hot. So that's what I want to do.
Countries the US didn't like. The illicit drug economy was brutally repressed, and the arbitrarily legal side of the drug economy was expanded. In its public messaging, the US made the connection between terror groups and the drug trade, leaving out the part where they were funding those same terror groups and trying to whitewash their image back home. While at the same time, the US used its economic and geopolitical power once more to start creating
Hell
international
yeah.
drug policy, setting up institutions and treaties that would draw clear and arbitrary lines between legal and illegal drug production and consumption in ways that would conveniently allow it to punish its domestic population and that of foreign countries to the degree it saw fit.
Exactly, and
And
it's
that would allow
happening
its own
again.
industries to develop quickly, while other American countries lagged behind, cut off from the same markets. Here, too, control over drug production was used as a way to expand capitalist markets and subordinate foreign nations. But it doesn't end there. All over the world, introducing drug consumption was used tactically to both expand the reach of capitalist nations on the industrial side and institute capitalist modes of production on the societal side in
Exactly.
places where those drugs didn't exist before, or at least
Exactly.
not in quite the way the US presented them.
Exactly.
Drugs, because of their capacity for addiction, were introduced, weaponized, and placed behind price barriers, meaning that if you want drugs now, you need to buy them, in order to create new labor forces willing to work for wages, both at the individual and the national scale.
Well
Drugs
said,
helped
second
create
thought.
wage labor in parts of the world, and when we talk about the history of capitalist expansion, that often gets brushed aside. Over time, the drugs that became associated with productivity, like tobacco and caffeine, escaped prohibitionary regimes, as did
Tobacco, quite famously, being one of the most, one of the first colonial resources. One of the first products that was kind of mass, I guess, systematized in terms of the colonial project in America by the Brits was tobacco, and it was to create a capitalist production line from America to the UK in order actually, why? America wasn't industrialized at the time, but Britain was. So it was to get everyone smoking in the UK. So he's right.
incredibly popular and profitable drugs like alcohol and medicinal drugs,
Virginia.
fluctuating over
Virginia
time
Leaf.
as new and more potent
The Virgin
iterations of
Queen.
the same drug entered into circulation. For the drugs outside these categories, the use of narcotics for leisure became closely associated with sin, antisociability, and all sorts of other bad things. Even today, we have a hard time justifying drug legalization in the public sphere without resorting to medical
golden
arguments,
virgin, mate,
touting the
exactly.
psychological benefits of psilocybin or the pain treatment virtues of marijuana. It can't simply be the case that some drugs, when properly handled, regulated, and used, can just be a fun thing. Part of the reason for that is that we have stigmatized some drug use incredibly harshly, appropriately in some cases, but undeniably excessively in others. And look, I'm not saying you should run out and go do drugs. If I'm being honest, they're not really my thing. And if you're young in particular, and I know a lot of my audience is, the harmful effects of drugs go double for you. A brain that is still changing as much as yours won't love the kinds of baggage drugs bring with them in ways that can affect you pretty severely over time.
This is
But
fair.
we can
I
still
love drugs. We've spoken a lot about how great psilocybin is. But what he said is fair as well.
Recognize how dramatic some of the discourse surrounding drug use has gotten. Back to the politics side of things. Look, we've made progress on drug policies. Even some conservatives are turning over a new leaf, so to speak, about harm reduction strategies and a health-first approach to drug use, which is really good. No conservative today is still seriously beating the drum of the war on drugs or stupidly thinks that harm reduction strategies are, I don't know, the worst of coddling culture combined with victim ideology combined with kind of a hatred of civilization.
This is the worst of coddling culture combined with victim
It
ideology.
is. It's also encouraging that he takes it seriously. Like a lot of his essays are kind of entry level, and that's okay. But maybe that's by design, right? It's to introduce younger folks to a Marxist framing and analysis of social phenomena. And here we use it. He's done it succinctly in with regards to drugs. Of all my vices, I'm glad to have tea.
Civilization.
Yes,
Well,
coffee is
heck.
mine.
Okay, so we're not quite there yet. Look, if you have to take anything from my long rambling about drugs and politics, let it be this. Drugs have a long, very interesting history in human society. We are at a point today where we aren't going to be in either a drug-free society, nor a place where we can consume drugs with reckless abandon. We can use the scientific discoveries we've already made to enjoy some drugs responsibly, and should urge our governments to allow for greater scientific inquiry to both make sure that's actually the case, and learn more about the drugs we still consider taboo. We can do all this by
Hallucinogenics
recognizing
fucks
that the role
years
of
of
drugs in our
fun, but
history
defo
is
long-term
complex,
damage, right?
ever-changing, and is
Moderation, build a good relationship with drug use. I think you maybe weren't in there, boy, but I covered this earlier where I'm like, I love psilocybin, but I genuinely want people to take it in a very safe environment. These are very powerful drugs that need you to be respected.
It's often a corollary of who has power in a society. Today, with so many people imprisoned on drug charges,
Mister.
it's clear where that power lies. If we want to get to a society where we all share power equally, a democracy, if you will, we are going to need to change our relationship with drugs too. It's going to need to be one of deeper understanding, greater freedom, and greater compassion, not one of constantly escalating violence, punishment, and repression. Nobody wants someone's life to be ruined by drug use. Making sure that drug use doesn't get you thrown in jail, stop you from landing a job, and that you can get access to proper treatment if you want to is the way to do that. If you enjoyed this episode and you'd like to help me produce more like it, consider
Right.
becoming a patron on Patreon. When I made
Give him money if you want. Ooh.
So I'm actually from a former communist country. My parents were born and raised in the Soviet Union. And yeah, I do actually have family members
Hi Dan.
that had to kill people on behalf of communism. Yeah. They were fighting the Nazis in World War II. They claim that like a million, cajillion, bazillion people were murdered by communist regimes is a claim that comes from the Black Book of Communism, which has been thoroughly debunked by now. Even the authors, the co-authors that worked on it, have said that the main author was.
Can we say glow
literally
up
just
as well?
add
Can we
numbers,
say
like, add
glow
five-
up? Music interlude, because I need the bathroom.
Ephemeral or eternal, where is fit to fight? They try to
God, she's so fucking hot, man.
spiral down. Circle, unravel, trying to devise a plan to drain you back to the hell I used to know. When all the cards lose faith, the city's made to waste, and I will be there. I'll be your guardian. You're in my every breath. I'll give you all that I have left, but I'll be there. I'll be your guardian. Liars hang out shallow, hiding from the light, and all the cowards count the hours down. There's crimson on the arrows, the mud is dressed in white, and all the feelings, taunting whispers, remind you of the hell you used to know. When all the cards lose faith, the city's made to waste, and I will be there. I'll be your guardian. You're in my every breath. I'll give you all that I have left, but I'll be there. I'll be your guardian. So keep your paintings on me, 'cause this time we have is all we need to fly eternally. Oh, when all the gods lose faith, this city's made to waste. I will be there. I'll be your guardian. You're in my every breath. I'll give you all that I have left, but I'll be the one. I won't leave you now. When all the gods lose faith, the city's made to waste, and I will be there. I'll be your guardian. You're in my every breath. I'll give you all that I have left, but I'll be there. I'll be your guardian. Through the wreck, we leave it behind. I'll be your guardian. Poppy.
Queen. Right.
I'm in too deep. I make believe. I know the demons always show it.
Okay. Love Poppy. 3Gs and Mandy rip me off? Fuck me. 3Gs? Fuck me, mate. I cut hard on my... I almost OD'd. Yeah. And almost went through a glass table. 3Gs. Like... I mean, mate, that's a lot. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Boy, that's really tough to deal with. Try Red Run by Bambi. Oh, Bambi's the Bambi Thug, right? I think I've seen this and I think it's great. Yeah. Oh, they have a music video. It's the same vibe. Yeah, love it. Very good.
Piece of sky. It's hard to wake up when you're raised on misery and the whole world's set up for shit.
Awesome. Okay, where should we go next? Yeah, I didn't like Bambi's
Western front. Don't scroll on your screens while they load the guns. Casualties casually adding up in some. I'm the gaze, and I get that. It's hard to wake up when you're raised on misery and the whole world's set up for shit.
I didn't like the Eurovision submission, but this is a banger. Dan, remind us of how many countries have withdrawn from Eurovision now? Because Israel's allowed in still. Ireland being one.
Colonial types, zombies on a mission with the bark and a bite. Got you stopping in submission, you conform and comply. It's the age-old tradition, always out for your rights.
Is he? I mean, it's all symbolism. So look, folks, I know that Eurovision is important to some of you. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think it's super important. I'm sorry. I just have to be honest. Yeah, I thought about having an Ogham tattoo. I have to be transparent with you. I used to love Eurovision. I care about it. This just feels very, we're in the era of vibes. I think that it's inconsequential pandering. That's in Tromsø. In Norway, I've just been there. Oh, Sapmi, I've just been there. Fake gay. I know, I understand that it's important to people like Dan, and I'm not going to criticize you for that. I do understand it has a place. Maybe I'm just black-pilled. Yeah, and it is reputation laundering for the worst countries in the world. I just never, I didn't expect anyone to care about Palestine. They never had in Eurovision. I'm not trying to shit on your feelings. I get it. I get that it would feel like a symbolic victory over Israel, and I'm very happy that it's not even been fucking voted on. It's reported on either. I just don't. I think, given everything, it's like I don't feel super like it's the most important thing. How can I describe it? Okay. It is symbolic, so that's not nothing. And I understand. I know, Dan, and I get it. And I understand why, because for you it's something you really care about. And I do get that. But, like, it makes me sick that they've been able to use the platform for a while to masquerade as if they're a normal country, even though it's like a genociding like hellhole. And they've just been allowed again to do whatever they want for pinkwashing and to whitewash their genocide. And they've deadass have covered for Israel the whole time. It's infuriating. Yeah, I guess. Look, I'ma just be real. Does them getting banned from Eurovision have a place in boycotting? Absolutely. Does it directly help people in Palestine? Not really. So that's how I see it, and I'm just being balanced, and that's just how I feel. I'm just being honest. I'd like a better collaboration with my ankle. Gravity substituted support, and down I went. Sorry. Sorry to hear that. Even exactly. So I'm not shitting on people that feel that way. You know, I get it. Oh, for fuck's sake, Norway. Boo! Oh my god. In Germany, most normal German reaction, fuck's sake, said that they would leave if Israel was excluded. Fuck that. The affinity for Israel has destroyed the contest. Our fandom is in shambles. I know. My my queer bestie is Nom, please, come on. I'm trying to do something here. Please. Like, please, you know. Just have a little respect for streamer as well. Don't make demands like that from me, please. If the article read out. Oh, right. Sorry. Okay, love. Sorry. In Germany, leading politicians have proposed that the SWR withdraw, so the local, the people who show their local TV, Eurovision, withdraw if Israel was excluded. And the Australian host broadcaster has also said that it wanted Israel to compete. So yeah. Yeah, sorry, my bad. I misunderstood what you were saying there, Nom. The affinity for Israel has destroyed the contest. Fandom is in shambles. Yeah, and it was a queer space of joy, and now it's destroyed. But like, you said that Norway said or did something, but it's okay. Let me read out. So Norway has, okay, essentially. Norway has said, even with the inclusion of Israel, they will continue to support the song contest. So Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, and Iceland. In a joint statement, they all said that they supported the decision to address voting systems, but it's important that they maintain ongoing dialogue about how they safeguard it. Okay, if genocide requires you to have an ongoing dialogue, you are a libbed up piece of shit. And I no longer support you. And the use of what was a little bit of fun, and that was originally developed to make Europe a safer place after World War II, is now being used to justify genocide. Fuck you. Fuck everything that you stand for. Yeah, fuck it. Melodifestivalen? Nej. I mean, it's huge fun everywhere, but my friend doesn't watch it anymore. Israel will win, by the way. Israel is like cooking the books, so it will win. So it's going to use this to pink wash it. It's come second in a couple of places times, and it's using that to whitewash its genocide. Yes. Iceland's participation will be revealed on Wednesday. What the fuck is The Guardian talking about? I don't know. I know there are some other countries in Eurovision that aren't in Europe. It's the geographical Europe. So Azerbaijan, Armenia, Georgia, places like that are entitled. I mean, it's all a bit of an abstract line anyway. So for the winter, Sweden has its own Eurovision. Yeah, that happens in the UK as well. And it's often queer artists, and like, fuck that. Then the winner goes to Eurovision. Yeah, same in the UK. I was thinking we could watch this and then maybe to end on. One sec. But so, the fuck is this? Socialist dictatorship. Oh my god. That's gonna be a bunch of shit, by the way. Socialist dictatorship. By the way, Venezuelans have voted for socialism. Democracy is when you agree with me. Dictatorship when you don't agree with me. I almost want to watch this because it's going to be such bullshit. These are all too old. Funny that all these are coming out recently. Forgotten history. It's almost like you're trying to justify something. Don't blame socialism for Venezuela's woes. Oh my god. They've been beating this drum for a while. Had the wheels fell off Venezuela's socialist revolution, it's definitely become a complex scenario, but I doubt any of this. There is an idea that post-Chavez, things have substantially got worse. But I don't want to look into that dimension. Because I wanted to look in the way that they're manufacturing consent. Here we go. War on drugs or political agitation.
The US has...
Folks, hands up. We'll finish with this. We'll look at childhood trauma leading to addiction. And then we'll finish with a politicization of the war on drugs, which is happening to us right now. How much cocaine is made in Venezuela, guys? Pop quiz. Pop quiz. Pop quiz. Vuvuzela. Such a banger of a track. What? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Keep on guessing. Oh no. 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 Not enough. Malcolm in the mosh pit, welcome in. Banger name. Oh, wait for it. Fucking love Fred. Fucking fat bass, mate. You are right, it's none. Or very, very little. Comes from fucking Colombia, mate. Oh no. Oh no. Do you know what? because of the vibes, I'm gonna go with the vibes. If you want to watch trauma-based stuff, please, there's the YouTube. Let's take a little look at this. I want to explore this political side of drugs a bit more. We'll go down this tangent. Wow, 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 wow. Bisexual beauty babe boys as well. Oh, is that mate? Thank you so much for the 750. Super appreciated. Thank you so much. As a recovering cokehead, I know exactly where it comes from. I'm weird like this. Cheers, mate. Thanks everyone as well for being like super respectful of one another. I really appreciate you all. Quite a few people have shared like personal shit and everyone's been very affirming and respectful. Oh no. Fucking... Ugh! I wish I could like it like 100 times more. Beep, 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 beep. Oh! I'm shaking my ass in bed, guys. Fucking hell! It's a fucking banger. Absolute banger of a track. Absolute banger of a track. Right. Have a look.
Struck 2 more boats accused of illegal narcotics smuggling.
Escalating already rising tensions in the region.
The President of the United States is going to wage war on narco-terrorist organizations.
Since August, we've seen a series of moves from the US. First of all, putting a bounty...
Does anyone know who the narco-terrorists are? We are going to explore it, but does anyone know who they're actually referring to? Because it's not Maduro. It genuinely isn't, but even by their own standards. And their own reporting.
$50 million reward for information leading to the arrest of Nicolas Maduro.
Strikes on alleged
The
narco...
CIA!
I
mean, me? I mean, maybe. But potentially somewhere in the line, and the production line. But no.
Something like a 7th
No.
of the US Navy is now said to be deployed in the region of the Caribbean. Analysts think
fuck
this
off.
is all about
Waste of
piling
money.
pressure on Nicolas Maduro, and from Donald Trump's perspective, provoking some kind of
All you mother CIA.
military coup that would remove Maduro from power and perhaps move the country towards some kind of democratic transition.
No, would steal their resources. You can't have democracy if you don't have control of your economy. So no.
Now, this is all being framed by the US as an anti-narcotics operation, a crackdown on the cartel, which Maduro, they allege, without providing very much evidence at all.
Is your
leads.
cat?
Massive amount.
Folks, serious public PSA from Hot Sauce. From the Hot Sauce Borco. Have you checked if your cat is a coke smuggler? Have you looked at them recently? Hmm?
Amounts of drugs coming into our country to kill a lot of people.
Which is strange because fentanyl, one of the big problems, does not come through Venezuela, and Venezuela is not thought to be one of the major channels of drugs going to the US. So it's an extraordinary pressure campaign. Is this going to develop into something
don't be fucking
potentially more destabilizing?
narc.
Does the CIA have authority to take out Maduro?
Oh, I don't want to answer a question like that. That's a ridiculous question for me to be given.
We are simultaneously on the brink of war in South America, but also we could be on the verge of complete normalization of ties with Venezuela, because it's quite easy to imagine Donald Trump completely changing course, striking some kind of deal for Venezuelan natural resources, for oil. Of course, it has the biggest oil reserves in the world, and then walking away from this military deployment. And in the meantime, Maduro has mobilized thousands of militia fighters. He's put the military on alert.
Ooh. Lou? Lou?
There have been training operations going on
Right.
in the Caribbean. But I mean, one suspects even so that with a seventh of the
Oh my god, there's like... Of course, because of the week from hell, my laptop's been a bit dodgy. I'll be really honest, I dropped it. It's the first time I've dropped it. I didn't drop it far, but I'm like, oh, fuck, please, no. Like, in this week, it's like, your fucking chemo isn't working and we don't know why. You're gonna get fired in April along with everyone else because the organization's collapsing. You have to work on disability. Good luck. Good luck. Oh god. Hey Paige, welcome in, love.
Navy.
Go to bed. Oh, good morning.
Power lurking off your country's northern coast. One would be, at the very least, a little bit nervous.
No a la guerra. Not war. Not war. Not war. Just peace. Just peace. Just peace. Forever. 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 Peace forever.
And
good morning.
Trump walk away from this, having ramped up the pressure so much, having deployed so many military resources to the region. How can he make this look like a victory, even if he fails? To
Yeah,
topple
don't
Maduro?
worry, I know.
In effect,
I
he's
will
cornered
be
himself.
okay.
He's
I
put
do
himself
think
in
I'll
a
be
position
okay.
where if he doesn't do something, he looks weak. If Maduro stays in power, he looks weak. And Donald Trump, as we all know, is not a president who likes to look weak. Certainly, it is a very uncomfortable moment for Maduro. He is a political survivor. He's proved that over the last few years. He's survived the maximum pressure campaign in Trump's first term. So I don't think we want to rule him out surviving again.
Right, okay, so basically, yeah. There was a 2016 peace deal with FARC, who are a Marxist group. That's been kicking off again. The FARC are complex. I'd say let's just sit back and learn about what's going on in Colombia. Let's not try and, judge people who are trying the best of an insurgency against... I mean, literally, like... right-wing death camps is what America brings, right? That's not an exaggeration, folks. Like, Chile, when America messes with your country, it kills your democratically elected leader, it murders your people, and it steals your resources. So, yeah, let's just try and listen and learn. they use drugs to sell drugs because they have to. Is basically what I'm saying.
On the edge of Colombia, where the mountains meet Venezuela, lies the region of El Catatumbo.
Let me start again.
On the edge of Colombia, where the mountains meet Venezuela, lies the region of El Catatumbo. This land is so beautiful.
Make a deal with some
Difficult to
oil.
imagine
Trump
that
can do
a war has been fought
Nah,
there
fuck
for
that, man.
over 60
Fuck a deal. Free fucking Venezuela. Let them do a bunch of deals with everywhere else. Fuck America. They can't. That's just them threatening genocide and getting their way. Fuck them. Fuck America. They shouldn't get anything. Solidarity with Venezuela. Steadfast.
60 years. Here, the army battles to retake
Sorry,
ground from
sorry to
rival
like jump
militias.
on you. That's not you. I know you're like memeing, but like yeah, fuck that bullshit. Fuck Trump.
Fighting for control of the coca trade. In recent months alone, over 50,000 people have been displaced.
Afuera los Estados
We tracked down
Unidos
Colombia's
de
largest
Venezuela.
guerrilla
Don't know
group,
what I just
accused
said,
of
but
reigniting the latest violence.
Mientras el Estado no tenga una política de paz, las guerras y el conflicto.
fuck American, I'm American. Yeah.
And we follow the women on the front line, risking everything to protect their children from war.
Mi lucha.
My struggle has always been for mothers. Yo, I think we're gonna think all of these women are based as fuck as well. Hold on. Is fuck a terrorist organization? UK law. Just working out. The EU has removed FARC from the terrorist list. I'm being serious, guys. Can fucking go to jail if I don't play this right. There's 84. No. Right, they're not on there. Based as fuck. Amazing human beings. Strength, solidarity. Awesome. Give guns to the mothers every time. Just me checking if they're a prescribed group or not. Nice.
This
Oh,
is
nice.
Cucuta, a gateway for cooking.
Thanks, Nom. The feminist struggle after life in the FARC guerrilla. Peace agreement. Guerrilla soldiers that are women's. Yeah, fuck off MI6. I can do this, you bitches. So there were a bunch of women who were guerrilla soldiers and they laid down their weapons. For the women, the transition is challenging and had contradictions, but this was an opportunity to transform the armed struggle into a feminist struggle. There is discussed in some articles. I wanted to show the author that there are contradictions for women which are different to what men experience. Women are accused of abandoning their children during guerrilla wars, which men are not. Women are expected to vote themselves to caregiving now after the peace agreement. Hey, yo, if they're becoming more armed because of that and they're having to use coke to fund it, I love them. Queens. Queens.
Heading to international markets. For decades,
Ah,
Colombia
sorry.
has been at war with
It's
FARC, a
bit
Marxist
difficult,
armed group
King.
that once controlled nearly a third of the country.
So when they put down arms, they face
A
unique
2016
struggles. Yeah,
peace
yeah,
deal led to
interesting.
FARC laying down its arms. But today, new rebel groups have emerged, and the Colombian army is battling to retake areas under their control. And in the middle of it all, it's women who are stepping forward, holding together their communities. Carmen Garcia lost her husband at the height of Colombia's drug war in 2008, and today she turns that grief into resistance.
Él se llamaba Javier Leonardo Franco.
What is very interesting for me, and I still would love to safety well enough to be able to do this, but going to visit the Zapatistas where they have their international like women's solidarity events, learning about the women, and I don't know much about South America. I never studied it. I don't speak Spanish. I'm not really aware of the political history as much, both pre-colonialism, during colonialism, and after. But every time I look at it, there are stories of incredibly strong women fighting for liberation, and I feel very drawn to it because of that, you know. Yeah, hopefully in the future, hey, one day I can try and learn some basic Spanish and try and get out there. But finances, I realized the other day, and I feel quite sad about this, folks. Finances mean my ability to travel and visit people and interview them is going to be more challenging now. And I'm sad about that. But hey, we all suffer together under capitalism, and that's just that. I can help you learn Español. My mom speaks Spanish as well. We'll see. At the moment, Zhongwen. I speak Chinese. I don't. I'm learning this. Sorry, let me read this out. I was 21 years old and we had 4 children. He was killed by the ones who were supposed to protect him, the Colombian state, the National Army. And it's sad that it happens in Colombia. Did anyone end up in prison? Yeah, but I never gave in and I kept fighting. When the peace accords were signed, they admitted to everything they'd done. You chose truth over justice. I chose truth.
Her husband Javier was among thousands of civilians killed in Colombia's so-called falsos positivos, executed by soldiers and falsely reported as guerrillas. Violence eased after 2016, but civilians are being hunted again, this time not by the army, but by the rebel groups. The Colombian army once...
That's what I was saying, like, FARC, I think, in the modern day sense, are multi-dimensional and it's confusing. Let's not immediately trust Western analysis. There's a lot of landmines in Colombia, so I'm aware that there's a lot of landmines being deployed. That is inherently anti-human, which is a worrying dynamic, regardless of the politics.
Is now
of the
trying to
people.
protect civilians and fighting rebel groups on multiple fronts, yet unable to reclaim territory.
En el 2016 se firmó un proceso de paz con las FARC y el mundo pensó que Colombia finalmente vería la paz. Paz con las FARC.
In 2016, a peace process was signed with the FARC, and the world thought that Colombia would see peace. There were FARC members who didn't believe in the process, so this is the army, right? So don't trust them. But ultimately, it led them to continue drug trafficking, and all the displacement deaths and suffered by people of Catatumbo stem from the group's interest in cocaine. Obviously, that's a bullshit analysis, and that's not true, but that's what they're saying.
The rule of war, the conflict is entering a new phase.
The use of drones has completely changed the dynamics of the conflict. They're used indiscriminately against each other, without caring civilians' homes or schools, to gain control over territory and key drug trafficking routes.
The United States recently ruled that
the first
Colombian
demonstration was with
failing
Colombian
to
friends, but
cooperate in the
yeah,
drug war,
I do
putting
think
the
that
military
is
under
true.
pressure.
Like, I think that is true. And I think it's okay for us to be like, that's not okay, you know, regardless of the intentions.
To deliver stability.
Do you believe and trust that the National Army is able to take control of this area? We will succeed and we will bring back stability. Also, the army has murdered and massacred people as well, so...
Hidden in the vast landscape beneath us is the stronghold of the ELN, Colombia's largest remaining guerrilla group, and the 33rd Front, who broke away from FARC. The battle between the rebel groups and the army has driven out thousands of civilians from El Catatumbo. More than 50,000 people have fled and are still unable to return home. I'm traveling with Carmen deep into El Catatumbo to see why people have fled this area and talk to those who remain. She works with the Bari, an indigenous group living in this region, who escort us along these lawless roads. Across checkpoints that mark every path, we carry a white flag, a fragile shield in the wild west of Colombia. Most people have fled this village, but Victoria remains. Her son, who led the community council, was forced to flee after armed groups targeted community leaders.
Pues unos dicen que les dan miedo volver, que mejor se quedan por allá. Ve el vecino y ahí. Él se fue, ni que él no vivía nada, sino que fue porque dice que tiene como 3 hijos grandes y que pronto los llevan y por eso se fueron.
De muchas familias que no han regresado es eso, por tener los niños, los jóvenes y el miedo de que por esta pelea pues los grupos están en enfrentamiento, están muriendo y recluten a más niños para llevarlos al enfrentamiento.
¿Cómo se siente usted desde que no está su hijo acá?
Pensándolo todos los días.
Sorry, I was just doing something.
También por allá en distancia.
Thank God he's doing well.
Y no está sola. Yo siempre
She's not alone, I'll always
Sabes
be
que
here
mientras
by
yo
your
pueda entrar
side.
acá siempre voy a estar con
As long
ustedes.
as I can come, I'll be by your side.
En el camino de allá
Along
para
the
acá no hay
roads,
ninguna
there's no
garantía de
security, no
seguridad
guarantee for
para
people
poder
to
que retorne
return.
la gente y no
And
hay
for
un
now,
plan de
there's no plan
retorno
for
por
them
el
to
momento.
As we travel deeper, checkpoints manned by armed groups decide who passes and at what price.
Amor, esta camioneta nueva que
Are
entran
these
acá
trucks
o
new or are
están
they
afiliadas
registered?
acá? Es una ayuda
Humanitarian
humanitaria, mi amor.
aid,
Yo siempre
I
he
always
pasado, ya
pass
nos
it.
hemos pasado.
We are the
Somos las
mothers of
madres del
Catatumbo.
Catatumbo.
How much did they charge you? 10,000.
This place has been going through war through the last 6 decades. It's incredible to think that the indigenous communities around here, they haven't had a single day of peace.
After a 9-hour drive, we are here, delivering food and medicine to a community who haven't had help since the war restarted last January.
Hay que recogerla. Igual, Carmen. Bienvenida sea la comunidad famosa.
Amén, 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 amén.
Once free to move across El Catatumbo, the Bari now face displacement, forced recruitment, killing and the destruction of the land. Trapped between rebel groups and a state that offers little support.
I'm sorry, I do have to say this: a state that offers systemic violence. Like, it's a little worrying to kind of hear that. That you just interviewed someone who said that their family was killed by the state. Like, come on.
These are the very people the rebels claim to fight for, yet they are the ones paying the highest price.
Yep, that's often the way.
Nosotros los Bari
We, the
siempre
Bari
tenemos
people,
esta
have a
tradición.
tradition.
Se llama la
It's called the
purificación
purification of
mi
my
alma y de mi
soul and my
espíritu.
spirit.
Sean bienvenidos
You're
a la
welcome
comunidad
to
de
the
Okba
Ukba Buba
Y para mí
Bud-
ustedes
Buddha,
siempre han
sorry,
sido y
community.
serán los ancestros de esta
For you,
tierra.
you've always
Esta
been
es
and
su
you will always
tierra
be here. This
y
is your
ustedes
land
aquí
and
no
you
se
will
van
not
a
be
desplazar.
displaced from here.
¿Qué
What can we
podemos
do?
hacer?
Sería bueno de
We
hablar
need
la
dialogue
conversación
with the
con
government.
los del alto gobierno. Y nosotros
We didn't
no
start this
estamos-
war,
no estamos iniciando esta guerra. Están metiendo
but
en
they're
la guerra
dragging
que
us into a
nosotros
war that we
no
have nothing
tenemos
to
nada
do
que ver.
with. And we must raise
Hay
our
que levantar
voices.
la voz. Tenemos que luchar, pero
We have
para
to
poder
fight
llegar a
and
esa
truly
paz
reach
tenemos que unirnos
peace.
todos.
We must all come together.
The peace agreement was meant to bring protection and change, but many of its promises, rural reform and land redistribution, were delayed or abandoned.
So my reading then is some people have taken up arms because of that, and then they're also simultaneously hurting their own communities. That often fucking happens. I've talked about this, like the revolution in Myanmar. It's a big dimension as well. And then maybe some of my fucking friends have done some unspeakable things, and it kind of haunts me a bit. But the overarching here is inequality from the state. So that's the key. You don't have armed resistance actors popping up for the fucking sake of it.
This small school is a fragile sign of resilience.
Tickets continue. I'm going to
Yet
largest.
mothers live in
Ooh,
fear
cool.
as rebel groups
Awesome.
prowl for new recruits.
Tuvimos la noticia de una niña
Very cool, Anglo.
reclutada que hacía parte del pueblo Adí, de acá cerca. Nosotros hicimos
Me
la
love
búsqueda
Stonk Woman.
inmediatamente. O sea, nos afectó de
Affected us
manera de
deeply.
que
She
la
was kidnapped for no
secuestraron sin
reason.
saber por qué. Era un
She was
reclutamiento
forcibly
forzado, pero
recruited,
gracias
but
a Dios
thank
se
God
pudo
she's
recuperar
rescued
y
and
está
she's
con
back
la
with her
familia.
family.
El grupo armado
Here,
Los
the armed
Helenos,
group ELN
pues,
has forbidden us.
pues aquí nos han prohibido cacería, lo que es la cacería, la pesca,
From hunting, fishing,
que
and
no
moving
anden
around
en
at
las
night.
noches, o sea,
Exactly.
o sea, no,
They've
nos
restricted
han
our
limitado las
lives.
cosas pues que nosotros pues hacíamos, pues
They
y
shouldn't
ellos
give
no
orders
pueden
here. This
mandar
is
aquí
our
porque
territory.
este es nuestro territorio.
¿No te preocupa
Are you
que
worried that economic
los
problems could
problemas
push people
económicos
into the war?
puedan afectar a los jóvenes y que se vayan a la guerra?
It's complicated because young people who see their parents struggling financially with no money, they think the only way forward might be joining armed groups and they leave. Okay, I hope people here are intelligent enough to realize what's not being said, because it's a bit of a lived up, documentary, is that what that person just said is there's material reasons as to why someone's contributing to a system that might actually simultaneously be enacting violence against the communities that they live in. That's where that complexity comes from. What is the underlying issue, economic and regional inequality, that's being felt by indigenous communities? And until that changes, any armed rebels will not change. Ask yourself, pick up a gun, help carry coke, suddenly you can feed your fucking village? Are you going to do that? Are you going to beat up someone that gets in your way? Are you going to hurt people that get in your way of you being able to help people? Are you going to feel really good, particularly if you're a man, and maybe use a bit of the coke and get high and feel yourself a hero? Yes. So these are many factors as well. It's trans inclusive? Fuck yeah. And it's got fuck yeah, Anglo, love to hear it.
And many fear poverty and desolation will draw more down the same path.
Dog.
Like 17-year-old
Dog.
Andreessen,
Dog.
caught between hopes for a better future and the pool of armed groups around him.
Dog.
At his side, his father, who confronted the armed men and negotiated his release.
He made friends with men who were profiting from criminal networks. He chose that path and decided to put his studies aside. What attracted you to the world? What did you think was going on? The uniform, the way they dressed, their guns? See, yeah. And for a moment it attracted me. Machismo. But then I thought it and I said, no, I'm better to study. It's freer that way. I can make my own choices and achieve something on my own. Yes. 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 I mean, this is going to look at an individual choice, but we are trying to look at the system as well. You're lucky to have a father who came to find you. Not the youth's fault if the war pulls them in.
Each generation grows up carrying the same burden. The threat of eviction from the land by the rebel groups, few economic options, no future to call their own. There is no shortage of one thing here, coca, the plant driving this war. El Catatumbo is Colombia's largest coca region, with over 40% of the local economy tied to cocaine.
This plant is sacred in Latin America. And it's incredible how the mafia and the organized crime has turned it into a diabolic element that is ruining societies, ruining communities, ruining countries.
As coca production expands, farmers have few alternatives to make a living. Afraid of rebel groups and the army, they speak only anonymously.
¿Hace cuánto tiempo que trabajas, hermano, en esto?
Aproximadamente unos 23 años. De eso sobrevivimos. Es lo que nos sostiene aquí en la zona del Catatumbo. Porque estas tierras
Quinty
son
enjoy
buenas para
wrestling in Pittsburgh and they record their events and post on YouTube. Anglo.
No hay otro empleo de trabajo así
Might be
que nos
your
ayude
vibe.
para salir adelante.
¿Qué piensas de que la guerra se esté dando por el control de esto, justamente? De
The
esto.
local visitors to, yeah.
Pienso que es injusto
My parents did that in Peru.
así como todos nosotros
I think it's
los
unfair.
campesinos
At
cultivamos
least
y
we
no nos
farmers, we
matamos
cultivate, we
porque
don't kill each
el
other.
uno tenga 2
And
hectáreas y
if
el
one
otro
has 2
tenga 3,
hectares and another
yo
has
pienso
3, I
que los
don't think
grupos
armed
armados
groups should be
tampoco
killing
deberían de
each other
matarse por
over
eso.
this.
Y ha sido
It's been
difícil
hard to live with
aguantar
the
todo
fear of
esto, ha
our
sido
nephews,
difícil
our children,
vivir
our
con el miedo de
husbands.
nuestros sobrinos, de nuestros hijos, de los maridos de nosotras.
¿Tú qué piensas
Do you ever think
de
about the
que
fact that this
esta
plant turns
planta
into cocaine,
acaba
which leads to addiction
convirtiéndose
for people
en
globally?
cocaína y hay otras personas que se hacen adictas a esa droga?
Sí lo piensa
I do
uno,
think
porque
about it
uno
because I
también
also
lleva
have
hijos.
children.
Pero uno no lo
We
hace
don't
con
do
el
this
fin
to
de hacerle
harm
daño a
anyone, we do
nadie,
it to
sino con el
survive,
fin
so our
de
families can
prácticamente
survive
sobrevivir
too.
uno y de que sobrevivan las familias de uno.
The big winners in all this are the rebel groups. By controlling the roots, they gain power, money and influence far beyond these fields.
We're gonna
The
raid out
ELN,
soon,
one of the
folks.
groups refusing to lay down arms, is
Total
tightening
peace,
its grip
total
here.
failure. Yeah, well, I want
Accused
to.
of recruiting teenagers, killing opponents, and driving
Minefield.
people from the
I want to
land.
hear more from.
They've been fighting the government for over 60 years, and Washington has designated them as a terrorist organization that profits from drug trafficking. Actually, you can see the place is carpeted with coca. I've come here to ask them why is it they're still at war.
Right, I want to listen to them, and then we're gonna raid out.
Con la fuerza.
Tension with strength. Stand easy.
After weeks of negotiations, we are taken to Silvana Guerrero, one of Colombia's most wanted, and led deep into the jungle to one of their hidden camps.
You know well, we're convinced that the armed struggle is 3 times as relevant, given the reality we see. It's more important that you know that just as the Colombian people placed a small grain of hope in the idea that with Petro's government there is change, unfortunately the Colombian people and we as a part of that people of that society entered a stage of disillusionment. Aviation dismissed ranks. Take cover, take cover, take cover. There's a plane coming over.
They all went to cover themselves under the trees because
Awesome.
we can hear that there's a plane going on top and they don't want to be seen.
I joined because of injustice that I face living in Catacumbo, and I fight for the right to have an education.
Cuéntame una cosa, tú has estado en combate.
Tell me something, have you ever been in combat? Yes. I was fighting against FARC. Okay, so they're fighting as ELN are fighting FARC as well. It was tough, especially with new drone technology. It's a kind of war none of us expected. Have you had comrades who have died in the war? Of course, and it's been very hard because no one wants that to happen. But our motto is liberation, not one step back, liberation through death, not one step back.
For this generation, war defines the present and threatens their future. Flanked by her fighters, Silvana, once a school teacher,
No
has
worries,
spent her
Luca.
life fighting against a state she sees as the enemy.
No man or woman who is a part of the National Liberation Army will tell you they're here because they like war. They're here because they like peace. For me as a woman and a mother, it's painful. If you speak to these young boys, they want their voluntary contribution to bring change. We're heading over. To create a different future for other young people. There's a lot of talk of recruitment for young people. There's no recruitment. There's conscious and voluntary incorporation. I don't know who to trust. And from age 16 onwards, a comrade is aware of the contribution. ELN has been accused of child trafficking. Maybe it does. I don't care about this bit, to be honest.
También con el cartel de los soles en Venezuela.
They were willing to let we were willing to let the UN in to enter the territory
del representante legal de la ONU entraran al territorio y
to
comprobaran
verify that there's no links, no airstrips, no labs.
con el narcotráfico, no tiene pistas, no tiene laboratorios.
But it ended because the Colombian state is the least interested in addressing the problem of drugs. There we go.
Debido a los enfrentamientos
And then maybe ELN and FARC are fighting over drug control. Folks, head on over to sorry, I'm starting to feel a little nauseous, so I have to lie down. Thank you so much for hanging out today. We are heading over to Alex. Thanks for being lovely, all of you wonderful people. I will be back tomorrow in the afternoon. Have a great time, folks.